Started here momentarily. Welcome to Washington City Council workshop meeting. Today is Wednesday, August 9th, 2023. We are in the council chambers. This meeting and our regular meeting, which starts at 6 p.m., are both streamed live on YouTube and stored for access on washingtoncity.org/meetings. Let's start with an approval of the agenda, and then I'll give a little bit of background on what we're going to have tonight.
Mayor, I can approve the agenda for our workshop meeting for August 9th, 2023.
We have a motion by Councilman Ivey. Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. So for tonight, Washington City has a history of working with some pretty impressive master plan communities. If you look over the years, I think Coral Canyon may have been the first. We've had Sienna Hills, more recently Brio and Long Valley and Solente, and on occasion, at least recently with Solente, we did give that the applicant there an opportunity to meet with the council, with staff and plan commissioners. Would like to recognize a couple of our plan commissioners who are here tonight. An opportunity to present a bit of a conceptual of what they would like to do as they prepare to go through the process. So what I don't want this to be confused as part of the entitlement process, but what these two agenda items are tonight, council, is for the applicant to present some of their ideas, some of their plans, and get your feedback as they further that process of developing something that they'll bring back to you ultimately at the end. And as we know, the next steps include working with staff, working back with the planning commission, and then ultimately back to this body for the final approval. We do have a hard stop at 5:30, so I'll look to split the time between both of these items. The first item, or the item number 2 on our agenda, is called the Washington Cliffs PCD. I see several representatives. The ones that I've met with most recently are John Barrett and Jim Boylan, so I think they'll do most of the talking, but we appreciate the rest of their group here and consultants. So what I'd like to do is invite Jim or John or whoever's coming to come forward to give that presentation. Council, feel free to ask some clarifying questions or give some feedback during that presentation. And afterwards, before this item's done, I would like to give planning commissioners and staff opportunity, other professionals here, to give a little bit of opportunity too, so that they can have the notes and the feedback that they're going to feel like they need. Jim, take it away.
Great, thank you, Mayor. My name is Jim Boyden, and I'm excited to be here before you, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity, council members, staff. Before we introduce the project, I wanted to give a little background on who we are as a development team, the role I play. I've been asked to be the project manager for this endeavor. My background is one of, I received my bachelor's degree in landscape architecture from Utah State back in '98, and then a master's degree in real estate development from Columbia University in 2004, and have been in master plan community development for the vast majority of my career, dealing with projects of this scope and scale. And I'm excited to be given the opportunity to represent this development team on this opportunity. As you may have heard, we've put together a concept plan for a portion of Warner Valley, and currently resides in the annexation policy plan of Washington City. And we are excited about the opportunity to possibly annex into the city and to make this a project within the city's jurisdiction. We have assembled what we consider to be a all-star lineup of consultants and professionals. Our land planner is Eric Langbart from Langbart Design Group, who has had a lot to do with master plan community development in this area in the county. He's worked on Salente, he's worked on Desert Color, he's worked on almost every resort project in northern Utah, Park City, Victory Ranch, a project that most recently I've been involved with is a project just north of Park City called Woholly in Colville. A little bit about Woholly. It was a project that I began my career as a land acquisitions manager for Richmond American Homes when I began, finished graduate school. And I've worked through all the different ranks and had an opportunity to develop some of my own family land. And we annexed a ranch into Colville City in Summit County and developed a project that is very similar to what we're dealing with here. And Eric Langbart was our land planner on that project as well. So our civil engineer is Bush and Gudgel, Mr. Bob Hermanson. He's here with us today. Architects are AO Architects. We're very aware of the issues, the hot button issues that are in this community, most notably water. And we feel very, very fortunate to have enlisted the help of Mr. Ron Thompson, whose experience and contributions to the community need no explanation. Our project contains 1,000 acres or so of privately assembled land from private landowners, as well as the potential to bring in a large number of public lands, acreage, in which case we would be interfacing with SITLA. And we're also fortunate that my father has agreed to consult, and he is a former director of SITLA and is very well versed with public land issues, and is in his career regarded as one of the nation's foremost land use experts on the legal side of things. I would be interfacing on the entitlement side and the annexation side with the city council and with staff and planning commissions. And then we have other partners and principals who are involved with other components of the project. Mr. John Barrett is a long and successful career in the entertainment film production world. And his partners are Emmy Award-winning producers and have been in conversation with Utah Film and Production. John, what's the name of the entity? Well, it's Utah Film Commission, to try to bring and lure the film production industry here to Washington County. His partner, Christian Jacobs, is integral to that effort as well. Christian and John have also been involved with the Wheels Park with Commissioner Ivey, and in that effort to bring action sports to this area and make Washington City a vibrant, exciting, kind of it place to be. And Bruce Barrett is a partner as well as Jim Raines, who I'm sure you're familiar with as a consultant. So that's our project team. A project of this scope and scale is a lot to try to digest in one work session, and it would be great if we could maybe break this discussion into multiple different conversations if the mayor felt like it was worthwhile. But of course we'll follow the lead of the council and the mayor.
I appreciate that, and I'm seeing this for the first time
This
now.
is just an idea.
This is a bit of an accommodation because of the scope of
Yeah.
of the Washington Cliffs potential development there.
Yeah.
Solente, then the Green Spring PCD was similar scope. With them, what we did a little bit different format, but we had an initial meeting like this,
Okay.
and then once most of their due diligence was done, we had another final meeting just prior to them working with staff. So the process to me is very important, and I would really prefer not to stray from that. So unless this council flexed on me really hard, I'd like to stick with what we've historically done on projects that are similar.
That's wonderful. And we're more than happy to follow that. We just felt like maybe more than one meeting would be required to fully understand the magnitude of the project.
And you'll be able to continue to work with Jeremy and with staff and occasionally myself on that. So
okay. So the purpose today would be to just give a very broad overview of what the project capability and potential would be. And if further meetings are necessary, wonderful, we'll take it in stride. This is a rendering of the concept plan, the master concept plan. It is a mixed-use development in every way. It has recreation components, it has resort components, it has residential components, both primary and secondary. It has active sports, it has trailheads for the motocross and ATV enthusiasts. It has retail, town center. It has a little bit of everything. And the purpose behind this is Washington County is already a global destination. It receives millions of visitors a year to the area, to the region, to the national parks, and to all that this area has to offer. And what we're proposing to do is make Washington Cliffs an integral component of Washington City, an extension of the city that captures a greater share of those who are already coming, who are already making an effort to come and spend their money in this part of the county, this part of the state. And we are more than optimistic that we can create a world-class destination for people to come, to recreate, to call home, to live, and have it be a place that the city can not only be claim as their own, but be absolutely thrilled with and proud of. It's a massive undertaking, and there are a lot of details that need to be worked out. But again, as I stated earlier, we've engaged what we feel to be the very best consultants to help us understand the solutions to the questions that will undoubtedly arise. The phasing of this, you see these 4 primary color blocks. Phase 1 is this maroonish color, and it's spread across the various uses within the project. No one use should go before the other. I think it's important when you do something of this scale that it comes off a little bit each at the same time. A little bit of resort, a little bit of residential, a little bit of retail, so that they all can support each other as it builds out over the course of its full build out, which we estimate could take, depending on market conditions, anywhere from 10 to 20 years. But the phasing would be crafted in such a way where we would minimize the burden on the city as far as providing resources. In fact, we will commit to making it a net zero impact on the city from taxes. We will cover that if there is a shortfall, with some kind of an agreement, if we do create a situation where the city is obligated to provide a service that isn't in the budget, that we could be made whole. And these are all things that we can work through. But some of the things that we're really excited about is this creative campus is the first up there on the list. We have a section of this project that's set aside for film production, film studios. And we're all aware of what's going on with the Costner Group and their film productions. Mr. Barrett's group is currently filming in Park City and wants nothing more than to bring their production here. And the county is extremely excited about it. And they're heavily involved in trying to promote the film industry here. And together with other landowners and developers, local developers here in the county, we're creating some synergy with that effort. And so the Creative Campus will bring in a segment of the industry in the economy that is currently unexperienced and untapped. And we're really excited about what that could present. Again, we mentioned primary and secondary residential. All you need to do is go back into Warner Valley and take one look at those cliffs and think that there's no other place in the world more beautiful than that, and it would be a great place to call home. It's not as far off the beaten path as I think people think it is. I think Warner Valley has had a reputation of being kind of the last frontier, a place that will happen last. But our studies show that it is within single-digit minute drives of the airport, of the new temple, of shopping centers, of the freeway. It's much closer than I think citizens and people really realize. And we feel that the time for Warner Valley is now. It's, you know, it'll take some time to get going, get off the ground, but in the meantime, you know, I think that the market is right for it. We mentioned, you know, the tourism component. You know, this will be a world-class destination resort with world-class destination amenities. We see what's going on in other communities in the county. You know, Ivins in Black Desert has just announced their PGA Tour venue and tour events, and we have a component here that includes golf, and we feel like we can eclipse what's going on in Ivins with the quality of the course we could build in Warner Valley. And what's critical to consider here is that as we build this project, that any of our amenities, any water required by our amenities, would be privately held water, not coming from municipal supply. That is critical for us. We will utilize reclaimed water, we'll re-inject water, we'll filter water, we'll do everything we can to be the leader in water conservation. And that is, I think, critically important when trying to win over community support. And that burden is ours. We understand that. But we have met with the Water District, Mr. Renstrom, and we've committed to being not only a leader in water conservation, but taking the historical usage rate, which is somewhere near an acre foot per year per unit, down to close to 0.4 or less units of or acre feet of water per year per unit, which would make us not only a leader in the county, but a leader in the desert Southwest. But it doesn't end there. We would like to also have that kind of reputation for all aspects of conservation: energy, solar, geothermal, green construction, LEED certified construction, all of this. We would want this project to be, you know, the poster child of smart, wise, green development. A resort, you know, has a certain expectation of certain amenities. And I think that the next slide is probably a good one to show as far as, you know, our commitments to the community as far as water usage. There are some projects in the community that have been approved, and our commitment is to not use any more than they've been approved for. And the scope and scale of those projects is much smaller than ours, so the per unit usage rate is dramatically less. But we won't use any more surface area than Stookie Lakeside, for instance. Certainly much less than the Southern Shores project up in Hurricane. And when you amortize that water usage over the many, many units that this thousands of acres will contain, the monetization of that money or of that resource over those units will be drastically higher, most efficient use of that resource than we could ever experience in any other way. The smart lifestyle is reducing lot sizes, putting restrictions on uses that could be put on lots. Private pools would be prohibited, which would drive people to public amenities, public pools, public, you know, features that will get people out of their yards and into the community. This conversation about water, I think, is really important. Traditional water usage, if you were to just, you know, apply it in an agricultural sense, 25 acres of hay uses about the same amount of water as our entire amenity package for this entire project. It's about the same as irrigating a few soccer fields. And our commitment is that we will only use private water or reclaimed water, and it will not come from municipal supply. That's our commitment to the community. And that, I think, is a game changer when water is such a precious resource. This is a nice little graphic. When you look at the annual water usage per unit in a traditional neighborhood, each unit uses about 1 acre. If you put that on a golf course, that number goes up dramatically. If you put it onto a ski community with only 56 lots, it is off the charts. But our commitment is to be a fraction of that. And then we can move into the fiscal impacts of what a project like this could mean to the city. These are projections. These are based off of similar projects in the area. These are not official city numbers. I want to make clear that I'm not representing this as a Washington City tax projection. So, but based on the tax rates of the city and the estimated values of the properties that we'll be developing, Washington City stands to benefit mightily from the property taxes, the sales taxes, and hotel taxes that a project like this could create. And that you see in year one, that impact is almost immediate. It was important to us as we developed this plan to make sure that we were in harmony with the city's general plan and the community survey that was given to its citizens. And so we matched the development plan with this survey and wanted to make sure that we were doing things the way that the city wanted it done and its citizens. These were questions that were asked and either marked with a 3, 4, or 5 on the scale of importance. And you can see that all of these issues that we're touching on, the quality of new growth, living close to walking and biking paths, living close to parks, attract businesses and industry, provide off-street pedestrian or separate bicycle paths and pedestrian paths, downtown connections. Connectivity is a huge issue. We want to take our trail system and integrate it into the existing footprint of Washington City. We have parks like the new Wheels Parks. We've got other parks along the parkway and up into the reservoir area that we will improve and we will maintain and we'll make a desirable place for people to come and spend time in the outdoors. So this community survey, I think, is a telling graph. This is just a summary of the benefits to the city that we see Washington Cliffs creating. A desirable density. We're not going to come in and ask for maximum density because that defeats the purpose. I mean, this is a very special place out there. But what we can do is build smaller lots and we can cluster and we can maximize open spaces and in-view corridors by creating smaller lots that promote a sense of community. The density would be probably whatever the county regulations. I mean, less than 5 units per acre spread out, but condensed into clustering format, so we can make the most efficient use of the site plan. Utilities is a very, very big question. How are we going to solve for utilities? Well, we have a plan. We have engaged, we think, some of the very finest civil engineers and consultants, and of course, we'll need to build infrastructure, and we have a plan for that. And we're happy to discuss that in further detail if you want to go into that level of detail. Again, we've talked about being water-wise, building trails. We talk about the PCD zoning. That is something that we're eager to get to as well. Reducing our water footprint, maximizing our market, creating taxes and the economic value of our water. This is a little bit more detail on the creative campus.
Could Could you turn back to that last slide real quick?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, perfect, thanks.
So the Creative Campus is something that, you know, it's almost like its own little development in and of itself. You know, it creates its own little industry, but it's almost a little city of entertainment professionals that come and live for a shorter period of time, a little bit longer than someone who might be on a vacation, but they call Washington City home, and they're professionals in every sense of the word, and they would have living accommodations, their shops, they would have their recreation, they would have their exercise, everything that they would need to call Washington City home on a shorter term, you know, basis, anywhere from a few months to, you know, maybe a little bit more. But it would accommodate all scope and sizes of productions as well, major motion pictures down to someone who is just an aspiring influencer. And of course, the resort village would be the hub of the destination resort component. And again, our commitment is that these assets and these amenities would be privately sourced water, as opposed to water that come out of the municipal supply. And we would recycle it, we would refilter it, and we'd re-inject it back into those same amenities. And once these amenities are filled, the evaporative loss, for instance, of the surf lagoon here on the bottom would lose about 10 to 15 acre feet of water per year. That's the net loss, is the projection, which is next to nothing when you compare all the other uses that are taking place in the area, and when you compare it against traditional irrigated amenities like golf courses or parks or soccer fields. But we feel that this type of a project with a resort hub, with a creative campus, and with active recreation and primary and secondary residential, we can create a place that the city is thrilled to call its own, that people will make a point of coming to and staying in, spending their time and spending their money and spending their memories with their families here. And we're excited about the prospect of annexing into the city. We're trying to see if that excitement is returned to us, because we need to do this together. If this is not a collaborative effort, it could be a disaster. And so, you know, we want nothing more than to partner with the city. And if we can get some kind of I know you can't make any votes, you can't say anything, but if we get, you know, that kind of warm embrace that said, hey, let's go do this, then hey, full steam ahead. You know, we'll do what we can to make sure this happens.
Well, you've absolutely, we appreciate the work that you've done, not only presentation, but really all of your due diligence up to this point. We've had some productive meetings. I'm excited that you're here to be able to present to the council. So at this point, I think what I would like to do is to let you and the council interact a little bit on questions, comments that they might have, and then I'll open it up for staff and the Planning Commission to join in a little bit. But first of all, council, jump in with Mr. Boyden and interact based on what you've seen and what directive you might give him and his team as they move forward.
So my first question is, do you anticipate any type of commercial on this development?
Yes.
Or retail?
Yes. Yes.
Well, could you just talk to that just a little bit of what your vision is for that?
Well, I think, let's see if we can go back to the site plan. I think a project like this, you know, the scope and size of it, it's almost like a city in and of itself. And as such, it needs to have all of the accommodations that a small community would need. We have this town center, and of course, traditionally, commercial follows rooftops. But we're hoping to accelerate that process by creating a sense of place, a destination where people are going to come before rooftops are maybe in. But there would need to be some shopping. There would need to be retail components.
But
And
your goal, your plan would be to build them out simultaneously, the retail and the
in the phasing, yes, as you look at the
and the
phasing,
residential.
like phase one, there's a little bit in the resort village of that maroon. There's a little bit in the residential village. The town center comes a little bit later. It's earmarked for phase four, but we would react to the market. We would do what made sense.
How many, I love the other presentation that's in our packet showing the kind of what word am I looking for? What the townhomes and twin homes and stuff look like. How many residential units do you project at full build out when it's completely built out approximately?
That's a great question. We haven't gotten to the point where we've actually counted the units, but we're projecting a density to be somewhere below 5 units per acre, which would put several thousand units into the thousands of acres that comprise the project.
So your residential, single family homes that you have planned for this, are they higher end homes that are, more catering to out of towners for second homes, or do you have any starter homes planned for this project, or kind of what's your plan?
Great question. We've had some very, straightforward conversations with Mayor Staley about this. It's critical that this be a project that supports all types of income levels. It absolutely has to have entry-level housing. It has to have homes that people can afford to buy. It will also have higher-end price points as well. I think balance is a key. The last thing we want to do is build, mega mansions that no one can afford. And then it becomes a transient, community that doesn't have any kind of sense of community. And in having everything from a townhome to a patio home to a smaller entry-level home, those things, when someone buys it frees up another home that they've just vacated, and it creates some dynamics within the community that I think is very healthy. But our project absolutely would have a good balance.
So, and we had a few minutes to speak before, but my biggest concern is just the infrastructure. How do we get the water there? How do we get the sewer? Does the city, right now our city's not geared up to handle a sewer treatment plant if we have to go that route. Those are the questions I have, is how do we serve this community with the infrastructure that we currently have, or what upgrades we got to deal with? So the infrastructure is my biggest concern on this whole development, is understanding how we can manage that, how it's paid for, how it's turned over to the city, what's turned over to the city, what's maintained otherwise, how those things are being designed and infrastructures that meet the city standards. So those are the things that I'm concerned about on the project. So I'm not a fan of the golf course. I'm not. I don't think we need one, but the surf park I'm open to, but I literally have zero information. I haven't even seen the new one in Hurricane. I don't know any information to know.
Right.
So, and I will need data to make any decision like that. But that's kind of where I'm at, is infrastructure and understanding how we're going to attain those things, because Warner Valley, I know it's right off the parkway, but our utilities aren't right off the parkway.
That's right.
So
that's right. No, Councilman Coast, those are excellent points. And it is the heartbeat of the community is its utility system, right? It absolutely has to be solved for. And we have answers to those questions, concepts that we will develop and we will bring to the council, we will bring to Planning Commission. And these the civil engineering will be vetted. And of course, if the infrastructure isn't there, it needs to be created. And that's the burden that we as the developer bear. And we have a plan for that. And if there is capacity within the city's system for water, then we'll utilize what's available and pay whatever fees are required. And if we need to accelerate beyond what's available, then we have to upsize. We have to do those things that would bring that service to us. And we understand, and we're willing to do that. As far as sewer treatment,
I think that goes with on the water, is that
my understanding is our current infrastructure does not have capacity to add. I mean, you don't even know the exact number of units you're shooting for right now. So we need to understand that so our staff can evaluate, hey, can we handle this more in our existing pipelines to bring it over here? Or do we got to bring secondary lines from the district's lines? And those are the things that we need to look at.
So if that's not currently feasible within the city's ability to deliver, then it's on us to create it, to build it, to build the tanks, to build the lines, to upsize. And that's something that we're aware of and we're willing to do. And we're positioned financially to be able to do it. As it relates to sewer, the idea is that we would do an on-site treatment plant. That these package plants are designed to be modular, and I know you know about them. But the idea is that we would start with a package plant capable of satisfying up to about 1,000 units, and then as increased demand comes online, we would expand the plant and be able to build. And then we would treat that water there to a standard that could be released back into the landscape or into the amenities that we're using. And then those amenities have added capability of treating to even bathing and drinking standards. And so we can avoid having to build long trunk lines of infrastructure to get back to sewer treatment plants within the city. We can keep it on site.
Well, and I like the points that the council's made in regards to the infrastructure. And I think that's something that as we've interacted and as you've interacted with the city manager, I think Jeremy's been quite clear on the significance of that lift. Do you have anything to add to that, Jeremy?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about process, recognizing we're very early with the council in the process. We've worked with Jim and his team now for quite some time, but they are not annexed into the city at this point, and what they've proposed to do is a pre-annexation agreement, which I can see some value in, and that would obviously come back to you, but that would be the next step where we can memorialize some of the things that the city feels like are very important to us for everyone to understand at the beginning, and they would also put some things in that agreement that they would have as far as early expectations of the city if they were to annex. And of course, then we'd go through that annexation process and then the entire PCD plan process that you've been through before. So it's a little bit of a different process. And I guess knowing that we have limited time tonight, but would you like us to move forward? I think Jim asked, are you excited? Do you want to partner, so to speak, on this project? And if so, are there any comments that we can incorporate as we go forward? We talked about 0.4 acre feet of water. The utilities would all have to be, paid for by the development. There's some things that we could put in that pre-annexation agreement that would sort of set boundaries around what we're looking for early, but I'm interested in your thoughts and feedback.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So I know we're talking kind of big picture today, but let me ask you a question. So your little neighborhood projects and things, let's say that you have a little, one of your neighborhoods is 150 single family lots or something like that. Would those lots be sold individually so local builders could come in and build on them? Or are you going to have a great big construction company and everything in there is built by your construction company?
No, I think that a project of this scale, it would be impossible for one builder to do it all. I think absolutely it would be a situation where we'd have a variety of builders, local and national, that have already expressed interest in participating in the project. From the local builders that we're familiar with here in town to bigger names that have a national presence. And then there would be some custom lots as well, people who would bring their own builder. So, but again, a balance, not only in who builds, but what type of home they're building.
Right. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure the council has more. Just a few things, maybe for the record, so you kind of know where I am on it. Although I don't vote, unless there's a tie, and that's not going to happen. So,
Okay.
But one of the things that I really like, you could tonight. I really like the creative campus, and I don't think we can underestimate, or really even, we can certainly underestimate. I don't think we can overestimate the value that that brings to our local economy. Just in having a little bit of interaction with the Utah Film Commission and some of the opportunities that we have here locally, and the experience of this group, that's one component of Washington Cliffs that gets me really excited. As you're considering a PCD like this, certainly schools and churches are things to keep into consideration working with those entities. You could be on likely Dixie Power, so coordinating for substations. And then for us, as we not only consider, maintenance of the roads and the underground pipes infrastructure on Warner Valley Road, public safety is another thing that would be really important. So as you're putting together those plans, we're going to need to staff and house and staff and apparatus for police and fire. So we'd likely need some land and some space for that. With the housing, I actually like the mix of a housing of multiple, the twin homes, the single family homes, the condos, the various lot sizes. I like the mix of housing. And I also like the resort component, and I'm not afraid of some of the densities that use less water and that can be used within kind of that natural scape. I like that you're building this to a certain lifestyle for people who live here full time. I like the opportunity for various outdoor activities. When it comes to water, there's the actual amount of water, and of course at this point we're sourcing, we tend to differentiate less between private water and public water. I mean, right. The reality is municipalities, we're relying more and more heavily for future growth on Washington County Water Conservancy District. Right. And from my involvement there, we're sourcing water. We're looking very serious at the actual sourcing that we can do. And then there's also just this concept of perception. Yes. So as we move forward, even if we are in some of the building, that has got to be, if you move forward with that. I love the conscientiousness you're doing with the residential and resort areas. But when you're talking about the beach at Warner Valley and the potential for a golf amenity, those have got to, for me, they've really got to have kind of that vetting from the experts in our area. Yeah. So those are things that I think are going to be on my radar, just by virtue of the fact that we live in this desert. And I know those are things that draw, and they're part of that vision. But now is the time, I think, for us just to be really honest and candid as we vet this partnership. Yeah. So I just want to make sure you had that on your notes, and then really anything else that this council has that, and maybe even if council doesn't have anything else, maybe open up a little bit to staff here too. Sure.
So the only other thing I want to make sure that we're looking at is this isn't the only project out here. So some of the infrastructure we have to put in, I don't want to just put in for this project, because as soon as this opens up, the neighbor next door is going to want to open up. And as our infrastructure, because it'll ultimately be turned over to the city, we need to just plan appropriately to handle more than just one development in the area.
Absolutely. Yeah. Commissioner Coates, it makes all the sense in the world. If you're going to open up an area, you open it up with a trunk line to satisfy all the growth that could happen. Some people aren't on the same timeline as others. And so things like pioneering payback agreements or impact fee credit, things like that can be put in place within the context of a development agreement that can facilitate the construction, but also allow for repayment when other projects come online. We're open to that. That's absolutely part of a responsible way to plan for it.
So I really like that the recognition that you have on your part, knowing that this is a big project. It's going to take a lot of conversation and vetting on our part and yours as well. But for me, one thing about Washington City and this council, we're always willing to have the conversation. I like what your presentation so far. I think that you've become well prepared before you came in front of the council. Thanks. So far, I appreciate that, because we do our due diligence for sure. Yeah, but I am definitely in favor of continuing with the conversation and seeing where it goes.
Councilman. Staff, Jeremy, any other staff here that would like to, and then I'll open up for Plan Commission just briefly as well. Any feedback, staff, that you'd like to have that is on your mind as while this group is here and we're in an open and public meeting? Seeing none, commissioners, are there any input? Doug, Commissioner Schill, come on forward and share the mic there with Jim, and would like your feedback and expertise as well.
I state my name.
Please.
Doug Schill, Planning Commission. I'm just a little concerned about the history of the area. Back in the day in southern Salt Lake County, it grew to this. And we used to ride horses out there, then we advanced to motorcycles. We have the same thing here. We rode horses out there, and then we advanced side-by-sides and motorcycles. We're losing that. I think we're losing part of history out there. I like the Grand EO plan. I think it's pretty dang cool, but I think we need to think about some of the history and what's going on out there. These guys on motorcycles and ATVs that are racing out there, these neighbors are going to go crazy with them, and same likewise with the guys that are out there using it today. They're going to go crazy with this. So I think we just need to be a little careful for uses that are used to going out there shooting guns and riding the honeymoon trail and all that kind of stuff. So I'm concerned about the sewer. You know, maybe they're going to have to do their own sewer plant. We did a sewer plant in Fort Pierce Industrial Park, one of the tenants did, and they might have to do the same thing. So just a thought.
Really good comments. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from the Planning Commission or Council? And then Jim, I'll give you a chance to just wrap it up here in just a second, address some of those. Councilman Henderson.
Sure, thank you. I'm just want to be honest with everybody. I don't like big projects like this. I'm not a giant development guy. I like smaller projects. I'm going to be honest with you. It looks like a great project, but size-wise, I like smaller projects. You know, I mean, I've been in construction here for almost 40 years. And a lot of us old contractors, we're seeing the development kind of move from what we're comfortable with to these gigantic projects. And a lot of us don't like it that much, you know. And so it looks like a fantastic project. You know, one thing I'm concerned about, to be honest with you, is, you know, we talk a lot about, we're going to have all these amenities for all these families that are going to come visit St. George. But what about my family? What about our families of old Washington people that have been here for a long time? You know, I had a conversation with one of my sons. I have two sons that are in the construction business. They own their own little business. And one of them was over at my house the other day, and he said, "Dad, I'm not sure if I'm ever going to be able to afford a house here in St. George or in Washington or St. George." And because it's gotten so exclusive with all of the resort properties and the second home focus and all of that stuff, that it's kind of left our families behind a little bit. And every time I see a project, I think, when are the projects going to start coming through that our local kids can afford? Because we just don't see them anymore. And the more project, like you talked about the one out in Ivins, that's beautiful out there, but it really doesn't do anything for our local kids to be able to afford a home and to live here. You know, I mean, my kids have been looking at, you know, my daughter and her husband have been looking at moving to Texas and stuff like that, because affordable housing here, it's just a disaster, you know. And it's projects, in my opinion, that are, you know, focused towards people coming here and recreating and stuff like that. It has driven the prices up of our property to a point where our own kids can't even afford to live here. So I just want to be honest with you. I'm not against the project, but those are the things that go through my mind when I see something like this. So thank you.
Hold on a second. I'll give you the last word. Council, any final comments? Thank you, Councilman Henderson. Thank you. I think this is exactly what you would hope for, is just honest back and forth communication. We're running short on time, but if you'd come forward and just within a minute or two on each item, just maybe kind of address Commissioner Schill's points and Councilman Henderson's points, and then just kind of give us, your final word on this, and then we'll let you interact with staff as you kind of move forward. Come on up, Jim.
We understand the nature of what Warner Valley is, what it's been historically. And we in no way want to deprive anyone of their historical enjoyment of how they go out and recreate in Warner Valley. In fact, all of us, we are motorcycle riders, we're gun shooters, we're horseback riders. I grew up in northern Utah, but again, love being in the outdoors, doing those things. And we want to have this project facilitate those uses. We want to embrace the off-roading community, the mountain bike, the BMX community, and we want to provide an enhancement for those activities, provide comfort stations, loading, unloading hubs, things that will make it a better experience. Now, there's a little bit of private land here, some public land, SITLA land, a lot of BLM land. There's probably 1 million acres of land out here. And we're talking about a smaller component of it. But we're not trying to replace what's been done there with something new. We want to make it better. The name of our project is Washington Cliffs. We think it's critical that this be an extension of an already amazing community. We don't want it to be exclusive. We don't want it to be a place where you don't feel welcome. We want it to be a place where your kids can afford to buy a home, a twin home, a townhome, a single family home, whatever it is. Hopefully, they keep going and can buy, anything they want, and that this project can accommodate that. But it's critical for us that the vision that we have, that this be an integral component of the overall Washington City footprint, and something that the city is thrilled with. And we will work to the death to make sure that it's something that you're proud of. And we know that, you've got a choice. You can help us get there, or tell us that maybe it's a bridge too far. But we want to be here. We want this to be something that we get engaged with, and that we jump in, head first and just get after it. But large projects, I like to look at them as a bunch of little projects that just kind of come together. You can't, how they say, eat an elephant, one bite at a time, and one project at a time, and we'll get there. And we'll do it in a sensitive nature, and we'll do it in a way that the city and you and the citizenry can be proud of.
Well, we really appreciate the presentation with you and your group there. Well done. I think it was well received. I think you've got some feedback. I think you've got some direction now as you kind of take your next steps and work with staff, and we'll keep in touch. And if there comes a time for us to bring you back in here before we go through staff development, plan commission, and back to council, we can do that. But I found this beneficial, and I really appreciate the work that you've done, and we'll have you to continue to coordinate with Jeremy and staff as we move forward.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Next item is item 3, Port Haven Development. I see Ben Willits and Paul Morris back there. Are you presenting? And then you might just, as you introduce yourselves, just introduce any with your team that are here. Good to see you again, Paul. And Ben, it's been a minute, but we know you around here.
Thank you very much, Mayor. My name is Paul Morris. I'm with Land Assist, and I've been engaged by the landowners and those who have it under contract to present Port Haven. We've met with staff more than once on this, and we appreciate this opportunity to come and present, which we think is a terrific project to you. I've got a 3-page handout that just sort of summarizes, and then I have a map. But on the first page, I just wanted to get you oriented where exactly we are. And so you see where the airport is, and then you see the main exit to the airport. Oh, I apologize. I was supposed to introduce Kyle Wood is right there. He's one of the principals, okay, on the marketing side. I do the land use, the entitlement, the PID, the infrastructure, and then you mentioned Ben Willits. He's the one that did the drawing that we'll look at in just a second. So if you see where this is oriented, it's 138 acres. If you drive one exit past the airport exit, you'll see a bridge. And that bridge doesn't have any off ramps, and that was actually, I guess, for for movement of animals across. And in the end, it's going to be torn out. But
we know where that bridge is,
You-
and we know what's going on the other side.
I think I suspected that you have an inkling or two of what's going to happen to the bridge. And we're excited with what's going to happen on the other side. That's what makes this project very compatible, very complementary, and very symbiotic with the logistics center that's going to be going in. We find that very exciting. But that orients you where that bridge is. Half this property is above north and half of it's below. It's almost divided equally there, the 138 acres. The part that is carved out right there is 6 acres that's owned by UDOT. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but that's surplus property for UDOT. And we've been working with UDOT, and it'll be officially declared surplus and going on the market sometime in the future. But there's no UDOT purpose for owning it. There's not going to be a substation or anything. They're going to just surplus it. So you'll see in our design, we allowed for driveways to go in, whether it's us or somebody else, that would make sense. So now if you just go to the last page and let's look at the map and just talk about the big picture of this. We have a nice mix, we think, of a commercial, industrial, tax base increase, sales tax increase, employment increase, as I indicated, complementary to the ARA Logistics Center. And then on the back part of it, adjacent to the BLM land, is some residential that is both critical for our project and we think critical for the community.
Like workforce type.
Workforce, both. Let me talk about the apartments up there at the very top. Those are 2 different apartment complexes, 352 units. The reason they're colored slightly different is we just wanted to illustrate that they will look like different apartment complexes architecturally, and so it's not going to look like one mass one, but that was our way of showing that we recognize that we want that to be aesthetically different. We think the units will be similar to what you see in Color Country with a 16-plex with the parking underneath and then going above, and then some covered parking around it. It's very nice. If you drive out there, I think those are very nice. Now, if you go to the bottom corner, so this is really, I think, exciting. So we heard from the mayor and staff about an opportunity or a need for this truly workforce housing, what's known as the missing middle. And they directed us to the recently created Washington County Community Land Trust, and that there might be an opportunity there. And so we've been exploring that and reading everything we could read about it. And then I met with the executive director, Charlene Wild, on Friday, and I felt very honored. She gave me a one-on-one with a PowerPoint I think she presented to all of you. I got a one-on-one for an hour and a half walking through the details. I'd already read a lot of material ahead of time. And she said she would have come to this meeting tonight, but she had a conflict, but she plans on talking to you to let you know that she endorses the concept of what we're trying to do here, to the point that she asked me to be on a panel with her in October to present this particular project, because we want to jumpstart it in a big way. So what you're seeing there is 124 units of owner-occupied housing that would fit their needs, and it's about 11 acres. And we are looking at voluntarily, you can't require it from us, voluntarily donating the property, building the units that meet their thresholds. They help find the buyers. I talked about the mortgage, who complies with Fannie Mae and their rules, and then we would donate the land, the lots, to them so they can control that missing middle, so that it's sold to the next person without it being increased and somebody buying it and then just flipping it. One of the exciting things for me is I've dealt with these, not this specifically, these trusts were new to me, but this concept of dealing with Fair Housing Act and that. And I thought, you just can't discriminate under the Fair Housing Act. about who can come in and such. What she told me, and it's in my write-up, is that there's one exception that they do allow, and that is where you work. That is not a violation of the Fair Housing Act. So we want to propose that we would like to give first choice to the workers who meet the income. It's for a family of 4, meet the income levels at somewhere between around 80% of AMI to 100, somewhere in there, 75 to 100, 125 in that room. And we're talking about 380, something like that, to buy 1,600 square foot. You've got a garage and owner occupied. You are not the first city I've heard from. They say, you know, when people come in and say affordable housing or workforce housing, it's always apartments. It's always, and apartments are fine. We have apartments in here, and they fulfill a need. But they say not everybody wants their kids, that's the only way they're going to ever live, is to be in an apartment. It needs to be owner occupied. They need to be able to build some equity and be able to go in there. So our suggestion would be that we say preference is people who employ in our own projects, so we can use that with people that we're talking to. And number 2 is city employees, if you'd like that. And then number 3 is the ARA Logistics Center employees. Or we could flip those and give them, but I thought your employees, our employees, their employees, and it doesn't violate the fair housing, that you put that right in there, that they get the first dibs. They meet the income requirement, family of 4, and we're talking about, you know, planners and firefighters and police officers and nurses and people like that fit that niche where they can't find housing where they can gain some equity, have their own yard, and then be able to make some equity. But when they sell it, the land trust controls how much increase. Then the next family can get it, and it meets the MI, and then the next family, and they're under a 99-year lease. And so we went through how you do the financing, how we do the donation, how we put it all together. And we're quite excited about it. We think this is a critical component for our project, but for the community generally. And we appreciate you telling us about it. Yes.
Paul, just a question. You're saying all those units you would do that?
Yes,
That's
that's 11 acres. We donate all the lots. So we would go through you subdivide the lots, then we sign a contract with them, and the timing has to be right. We have to build the units, but we agree they're going to market the units. So the units have to be for sale to meet their criteria. Then the people come in and qualify. She said in Washington County, there's only 2 lenders who meet the rules for lending, but the mortgage is the same 30-year, and you get the same interest rate. It works the same way, only we donate the lot to the trust.
Yeah.
Then they do a 99-year lease, and they pay about $50 a month.
Yeah, I remember.
So you know how that
we
all
know.
works.
We've been through a couple of them with them,
Yes.
and we've been looking for a project that does this. So I'm excited about that. The other question I had for you, and I don't want to interrupt your presentation, so I can hold it, or I can.
Well, please, I'm more interactive guy.
Is on the apartments. So, and I work in a lot of different jurisdictions, and so there was an idea that came up with apartments where they call it workforce housing, where again they have to meet criteria, but then they get a reduced rent based on their income on the apartments. And the jurisdiction that I was working in, basically it was a percentage of, not every unit, it's just, hey, it's based on density. They only allowed so much density. Say it's 200 units is what they allowed, and 50 of them were more affordable housing, even for the apartments, because even apartment rent's getting kind of high. So, but I also get nervous about doing, like, I don't like subsidized government assisted apartments, because then I feel like I don't like that. I think you should mix in a small percentage into these, so that it's not just affordable housing. I just don't want to bring in government assisted housing. It's more like spot housing. I think Coral Canyon was really successful because they had $1 million houses and $200,000 houses, and they were all going to church together, right? Like, it was a good spot housing, a mix of different demographics from first home buyer to end home buyer. Now, I could tell you don't have an end home buyer in this development from what I'm seeing. I'm just asking the question about the apartments. Have you had any thought on that?
Yeah, and you you said exactly what our concern is I've dealt with those before, but if you get into the government subsidized or trying to get those Section 8 or you're trying to do that, those are a whole different financing and challenge, and sometimes it doesn't work out very well for the communities. So we were staying away from that, but allocating some of these in a way that you described, let me go back and talk to the owners about, I know exactly what you're describing. And what you said fits with our view of good planning, that it isn't though, oh, those are where the poor people live and this is where
Yeah.
you're just all together. And you're just
And I think
mixing with
we've done apartments where they've been not government assisted, but low, like kind of, and I think it causes more concern for now. It's sad to say, but our police ends up there more than they should sometimes.
One of the challenges of those, and I will take that back, is who enforces it? What is the agency? I have no idea if the Community Land Trust will play in that space a little bit for 10 apartment units or 20 or something like that. I have no idea. But let me just do a little homework on that. I get exactly what you're saying. I'm familiar with it.
And I have very little information on it. It's just an idea, so that's why I wanted to bring it up. And I think it's something we should look at with all our apartment complexes, because I'm amazed at how much apartment complexes cost.
One of the nice things about this housing from our perspective that we think you'll like, there are no neighbors. So that road right there is a dirt road. That's the Stookie Road that runs down to Arizona. The other side of it is transmission lines, and then there's a fence, and that is Bear Claw Poppy Reserve BLM. You're never going to expand that. It's never going to be a 106-foot right of way. I met with the BLM, and they were very nice about it, but they said, you can ask for a year and then we'll tell you no. It said it in a very nice way.
That was nicer than they were to me on another area with the Bear Claw Poppy that was in an HCAC, and they said it will take an act of Congress.
Yes.
But it's not off the table.
But you
You
know,
heard the similar,
I'm just telling you, it's never off the table,
well, but here's the thing, yeah.
because we've had lands that were off the table and now they're on the table. So
But here's what we like about it, is you got that beautiful view. These residents are going to be in a nice location.
Oh, yeah.
We plan on paving that road. We met with the county. That's one of the county. It's owned by the BLM, but it's under that rule. The county maintains it as a dirt road. It is a safety hazard. The road is. I raise her. I've been down that road many times. I've been in a truck. You can't see anything. When you're on a holiday time and somebody's coming the other way, you're behind them.
Yeah.
I can't. You're choking, and that's why people usually stay on their trucks and haul it to Arizona, because it's only from that border right there to the Arizona is 2 miles. So you just go down and then unload there and go play. But that is not a good road. And also on the dusty days, it'll go over to the parkway. That dust gets moving over there. So we would like to be part of the solution. But think about it, paving it, housing right there, look at the BLM, gorgeous view. These are nice homes. Nobody above you, nobody below you. You've got a nice location. The other point I want to make is the apartments are critical to the person we're talking to. That middle box is we hope to be a nice grocery store. It's
Yeah.
needed.
We
and
talked
want to
about
feed
that.
it, and they want the housing.
now hold that a
right-
second, because Councilman Henderson, do you have something to bring in before we keep moving along?
If I could, that'd be awesome. So I really, really, really like this project. And how many, but I do have one comment to make. How many of those missing middle homes are there?
124.
124, okay.
We might have to tweak them because we do want to make sure I was talking to Ben about this. We want to make sure they have a garage and that they meet. If you look at, you can't read it right now, but you look at my little boxes there, we have written right in that, the 2 pictures right there. I can't even read it now, but I think it says 800 to 1,500 square feet. I found out on Friday it needs to be 1,600 square feet.
Perfect.
So we need to go a little bit bigger. Family of 4, 3 to 4 bedroom. So we might need to come down from we're not going to reduce the land. We might need to come down to 110 or 100, just to make it all fit nicely in there. So
Right, so I love that part of it. I will tell you something that I don't love. I would recommend looking at, when you sell those, the owners are also owners of the land. I'm not a huge fan of the community land trust idea. That's just my perspective from my real estate background and my construction background. I would rather see those homeowners own the land rather than get into a community trust situation. That's just my personal opinion. And that's the opinion that I would give any client of mine that I have. I would not recommend to any of my own clients to buy a piece of property where the actual land is owned by a community trust. So think about it.
There's two challenges, just let me, so you're aware. One is that I've dealt, is the enforceability, restricted covenants, and making sure it's going to be affordable after. You don't really like those, that situation. And the second is that they really do pre-qualify, so people are the people, you're hitting the people that really have this need, and you know it's going to last in perpetuity. I understand what you're saying, but they got as close as they could to being an owner occupied. You actually get equity under the formula. You sell and you actually get money out of it. You just can't buy it and then, oh, the market's great, now let's flip it. And so the first owner got it cheap, and then the next one just made $100,000, and now it's not affordable anymore.
And I understand all that stuff, and I still don't
Still
like
not a
it.
fan.
I am not a fan of it.
Okay.
So, and I'm a proponent of affordable housing, but I would never, advise one of my clients to get into that situation. So, because I think a lot of people, when they get into that situation, they don't realize what the restrictions are when they don't own the land and when they have to abide by the rules, strict rules of the community land trust situation. So anyway,
Paul,
that would be the only thing that I would not be in favor of. So, but the rest of it, I love it.
So I like it because I see it as a force. There was some constraints, but I'm looking at my kids like you and saying, hey, if this is a starter place, I don't care if they own the land because they're not going to be there forever. The goal is to get in, build whatever equity you can over a few years and get out, is how I look at it. That's why I've liked it. Now, I'm not saying you have to go through their group, but I don't know how else to manage it, but I like the concept is for me. So just
in the interest of time, tell us about some of the other exciting components of this project, a little bit more about the grocery store and some of the commercial and other uses there, because this is I think the direction you've got from the council is they appreciate the fact that you're aware of a need, and there's different opinions on how to meet that. Ultimately, I think the reception is really well of this project overall. So tell us about some of those other uses, because we were up a bit, it's about 25 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to have a nice mix, I think, of some that, we have a group that wants to actually manufacture tiny homes here and sell them here. So you get sales tax off the tiny homes, and we've got others who want to manufacture and sell like trailers or that sort of thing. There's an RV park. There is a group, the biggest group we're negotiating with right now, wants to take down 25 acres and do a mix of the food, the commercial, the manufacturing, and they have a mix of clients up north, and so they do different mixes. But the net effect is anytime you say manufacturing, you got somebody doing those are higher wage jobs. And then when they say we will sell out of the site, another one's an HVAC group that wants to service and sell their equipment from there. And when I hear that automatically to me is sales tax plus better paying jobs than maybe only a warehouse. So I think we've got a nice mix. I've laid out what the different acres are and what those types are in my list. And I am interested in the concern about time. So maybe if I can go to the last page of my presentation just before the map, if whoever's controlling, and then zoom in on those 4 bullet points. Let me just tell you what our ask is and what we're working on. So the first thing is you have a unique thing that I quite like in your ordinance, in your C3 ordinance. This is zone C3. All the commercial, all the industrial, it is all the retail, it's all allowed. But it doesn't mention the housing, and we want the housing component of it. But you do have a provision that says that if the planning commission, which I understand some of the planning commission is here, not the city council, but if the planning commission finds that
and it's the planning commission gets to make all the big decisions starting next year. Apparently starting now, they get to make all the important decisions because the state legislature says so. So
I've heard about some of those things, and I was fascinated when I read your ordinance that it wasn't the city council.
We're keeping it light, but keep going on your ask.
But if the planning commission finds that the housing is in harmony and compatible with the zone, then it becomes a conditional use. And I've read your master plan. I identified the master plan recognizes in the C3 a combination of density at 7 units to the acre. It contemplated more on top of the commercial, but where it supports the commercial next to it, I believe is fully compatible. But this comes out to be about 3.5 when you look at the density of the whole group. So I would like to, because we're about to spend some serious money on design and such, I would like to go to your planning commission right away and have them make that finding that the residential component of this is compatible. And it does say subject to the development plan. Then number 2, or on my list here, it's actually number 3, I want to work with your staff, with your city attorney and the city manager to do a development agreement. So you know you're going to get what we say we're going to provide to you. For example, Jeremy has said to me, you don't do the apartments first and then let's see if the commercial comes. That's not how that works.
Right.
Commercial starts, apartments can be simultaneously or after. So we got to define what does that mean? Like if we get that 25 acre or 10 acres, when we're started here, when is this acceptable?
Yeah.
So all I'm going to ask is.
And that development agreement, and you've drafted these for years, so you understand that. But that's going to give this group, as I understand, a lot more comfort in going through the entitlement process.
I love development agreements. I've been on your side. I've been on the private side. I think they're excellent for both sides. We get certainty and you get certainty, and that's what you want. And if the land sells, it applies to the new owner and so on. So I'd like to work with your city attorney and your city manager on the development agreement, go to the planning commission and get that finding so that we can start moving forward with the details and designing the subdivision and such. Then also we're going to ask you for a public infrastructure district. I would like to get that as soon as we can. I do not want it on the residential. I know that is the controversial, particularly if you're trying to do affordable housing in whatever form. If you add an extra assessment, you can pay those off. But if you put an extra tax, that's a problem. Commercial people are sophisticated. They understand the math on that, the apartment owners and all the commercial. So I'm going to ask you to draw a boundary that excludes the residential component. So we're not even asking for that to be a PID, and come in at the same time to create that. And then again, work on the subdivision site plan. We're trying to go down these paths and at the same time, but I'm very comfortable with doing with you at the city council level, doing the development agreement while we're working on the site plan, subdivision, those processes.
So let me ask you some of the same questions I asked the last group.
Sure.
And mostly because I don't know what's out here, what we have, and we might have to get our city staff, but infrastructure wise, we have the same problem. You're kind of like out a ways.
I don't think so. I think we're very fortunate because of what you got going across the road there.
Well,
you're bringing a lot of utilities, a lot is coming there. We've done enough.
Well, we're bringing water, but we got to build tanks. We got to build sewers. Doesn't drain. Sewer's not going to reach over to this property. So you got to have to take your sewer all the way down to Warner Valley Road.
Yeah, we have our engineer working on the sewer right now. He's been working on it for weeks. And the tank at Warner Valley will be able to bring a line down there. And we've talked to them and the Water Conservancy District and your group
So how much, sorry, I'm just
going
to.
No, those are important. The utilities are critical, but we think we're in the right spot for being able to handle the water, sewer, stored rain, and so on.
Let's talk about the interchange. You said throwaway bridge, right? We've kind of known that. Who's building the interchange? Who's paying for the interchange? And are you asking the PID to pay for the interchange?
Not the PID, because I had originally come in thinking we might be able to get a CRA from you to help pay for our side. But my understanding, and Jeremy, you correct me, is that you're giving a CRA to the logistics center, and they're going to build the interchange with all 4 ramps with the CRA, and we're doing the PID to pave that road, the county road, and do all the other amenities. But that their CRA will pay for the interchange in the 4.
So let me make this comment. On the presentation, it talked about that this was complementary to the ARA project, and I think it's probably even more than that. It needs the ARA project and the utilities and the infrastructure that it brings, and we're still working on their project as well. So some of these things are still in flux and still to be determined, but that's critical when we start dealing with the development agreement. But you're right, right now, today, we don't have water anywhere near the project, but we're working on it right now. In fact, it's already been, the contract's been let out, and so timing on this project will be critical as far as timing it with the ARA Logistics Center, because the east-west road, the interchange, some of that stuff is still up in the air, but it'll get nailed down as we finalize their project as well. So
Okay, and then the other question is, have you had coordinations with Sitla to the north?
I
'Cause-
have not. I know they border us, but
So I would recommend maybe starting with Jeremy, because they just have done a master plan for their properties. So just how it works with yours, I don't know. It's just a recommendation to you.
I always like to know what's going on around. We focused on your logistics center, try to read every single thing we could read about what they're doing, but I have not focused on Sitla.
Yeah. So the other thing that I'm kind of baffled, and someone will have to educate me. There's a lot of commercial here, and everyone says we need rooftops for this commercial to work. But there's rooftops, but we have trouble in Washington Fields, let alone out here. I'm just wondering how it pencils for you. Are this different type of commercials that don't need, I just trying to understand, because your two areas that are going to go here from the fields or desert canyons. So that's your feeder point for this commercial. So how does that pencil? I mean, there's a lot of commercial right here.
Yeah, the beauty of it is a lot of it is its own manufacturing and service and sales at this location. So it's not just based on rooftops. Of course, the grocery store and other eateries are based on the rooftops. And I've talked to the principal developer that's looking at the grocery store. You will really like what they're looking at. And what I've gotten from it is, I need those apartments. I need the housing right there, but they're aware of what's happening up north and what
Long Valley.
Warner Valley and
Long Valley.
south, and looking at and they know where the other grocery stores are. They know more than I do about that, but so far the interest is very high.
So we've done some work out in that area, the developments out by the airport, and our clients that live out there would love a grocery store.
We've heard that a lot.
They would love it.
That they
I
do a
think it would be
triangle
big
where they
hit.
are, the one by
Yeah.
the Smiths by the dinosaur. Then there's one going out by the Hampton. If you've seen that sign on the freeway down
yeah.
there, there's going to be a Smiths there, and they talk about a triangle, and that this could be a nice spot for.
Perfect. That's a sweet spot for a little grocery store. It really is. So.
Thank you. And we will jump on and answer your question, Councilmember Coates. We're going to jump on. We've been at it for a while, the utility, but we're really going to hone in with Jeremy and focus on that. We're feeling pretty good about the water part of it, though. But I know there's been a lot of discussion about the sewer side.
So I'm going to have one more comment, is that I would like to see more play areas for apartments. I feel like and the scale might be off to me, but it looks very minimal for a lot of kids. So just a thought.
Thank you, and we'll focus on that with my expert.
Looking at
right
you,
here.
Ben. Stay here for a minute, Paul. We've got a few minutes left. Same format as last time. Staff comments, feedback, in particular about the conditional use permit and the PID application. Is Rusty in here as well? Any feedback from staff? I'd be happy to hear. Drew.
Yeah, I've got my concerns are the thing number one. I don't think that really fits in the wording. Our code doesn't really say that. The C3 is made for commercial zoning, period. And so it's not being compatible in harmony with the development, it's with the zone. So if there were particular types of businesses not mentioned, that's what this category is made for. I would recommend we go and do a PUD with that, and it doesn't have to do the whole thing, but we'd hit the ones they can get ready and done, because other than that, even on the C3, they're going to keep coming back for conditional use permits and conditional use permits for lots of other things. For every commercial development that was over, a certain size, they're going to have to go through the planning commission, the city council every time on those. So what they think might be saving is probably end up costing a lot of time over time. The PUD will give them more upfront, get the time done, but they can always come back and update if they need to. And again, I think that would be much easier.
So
But
in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that you and Paul have this conversation
fine.
after the meeting. And then Paul, I'm going to give you the last word again. So if you have anything you'd like to add as far as what you and your group would like to do, you can do that. Okay. Thanks, Drew. Anything else on the development agreement, on the usage, on utilities?
No, I think one of the reasons that we wanted to have this meeting early, and Paul kind of alluded to it, is just to make sure that we don't send them down a road that the council isn't pleased with when they bring it back, whether it comes back PUD or C3 or whatever they bring back. So I'm really feeling like you're comfortable with the commercial, with the residential, the apartments. So just if there's not a comfort level, love to hear it now. Other than that, that's all.
So even though I'm not a fan of that type of arrangement, it won't, it's not gonna prevent me from getting behind this project, so.
And I'll leave the discussion on the uses to council, but this is, we mentioned development agreement. I've been a fan of those. I always have been. We've had a hard time getting some developers to sign those. This is a developer, Mr. Morris, and the principals that we will need some further assurances about their viability, because we've got a current project that has some challenges, and there's some similarities there in ownership. And so it's a big deal. There's a lot going on, but there's enough going on that I think the city should have a concern with viability.
Well said. Thank you. So another thing and it's just to put it out there, is that I like the commercial, and if it's like office space, one thing I think we always end up missing is we focus so much on making sure we get the parking requirement that we don't leave any room for any enjoyable outside space for the business parks or the business stuff. I would love to see some, I don't know, little picnic areas for the users. Like, I mean, at my office, we had to generate something on the deck just because it wasn't, and it's been nice. Our employees like it. They go out there even in the hot of the day because it's shaded. They like it. So, I mean, my other office in Idaho, I mean, it's Idaho, right? So it's a pond. So, but there's a beautiful pond, but there's a walking area. But I'm not saying put a pond here. No, I'm just saying a usable space that's not just parking lot and buildings. I don't know if this is the type. I like to see those things because it makes an enjoyment for the people who work there. So
I 100% agree. And Craig, totally nail on the head.
You just state your name. We know the routine.
Ben Willis, sorry. I just want to get him to talk. And those are things that obviously through the development agreement, we can get hashed out, because with things like parking, obviously I'm sitting here, I'm trying to, okay, first question is, does this meet parking? Does this meet your right of way? Does this meet da-da-da? Well, yes, but we have huge areas that end up becoming very cross-compatible from parking standpoint. Do we necessarily need one stall per 250 square feet on everything in there? Probably not, because now all of a sudden we have 15 buildings that have that exact type of 1 per 250, but then all of a sudden we're over parked because you're not going to have all of those guys there at the same time. And so back to your point, Craig, I 100% agree that if we say, hey, we can trim down, say 20% of the parking in one of those big pods and put some very usable open space in there for users, it's number one, more of a marketable thing for those tenants. Number two, everybody loves coming there and using it more than just coming to a big sea of parking, because that's what the code said we need to have. So I think through things like the development agreement, other than back to Drew's point of a PCD, you'd obviously bake that kind of stuff into there. But if that road doesn't go, then development agreement type things easily could have that kind of a thing saying when you have a cross-compatible type situation, you could reduce your parking down by whatever that number is. And I'm just saying 20% just to throw a number out there. But yeah, I think it's a great point. And it makes these projects so much better when you can do that. So.
Or you cut storage units.
Councilman Martinson. Councilman Ivey.
No, Mayor, I think I did some back work on this, and I think I have all my questions answered for right now. But again, this is a big bite, so we're going to take our time and process it kind of slowly. So,
thank you. Planning commissioners, any thoughts? Commissioner Schill.
Doug Schill, Planning Commission. I like the area, and I sell commercial. That's what I do. I do think they have way too much commercial. He's showing 2 big box stores. That's not going to go that I see. I think it's kind of a drive to qualify for residential, and So I would throw your commercial out front and put more housing in if it were me. I don't see any offices going there. I think we have plenty that's slated coming in the valley. And anyway, that's just my 2 cents. So Drive to Qualify, that's kind of a D.R. Horton project. That's kind of what they have always done in northern Utah, and they're good at it. So anyway.
Appreciate your input. Thank you, Commissioner. Paul, give you the last word.
Again, I really appreciate the time. I will work obviously with you so we can figure this out. Well, I want to, and I'm aware of what Thad is referring to. One of the things that we've got a lot of people who have invested in this and are anticipating investing in it. They're listening right now. They're all paying attention to this meeting. This was a pretty critical meeting.
Yeah.
That's why I appreciate the opportunity. My only concern is I saw the development agreement as being the check and balance that you need, and making that finding in the zoning, because I'm very, and if we have to go to change, that translates into a lot longer time period. So I was trying to find a way to get that protects you, but months and months and months.
Thoughts on that, Thad?
To try to figure that out, the best mechanism.
I don't believe there's a loophole in our zoning code that allows the planning commission to make a zoning decision. I think that if it's not zoned for the uses, that it either needs to be zoned not CUP, planned unit, or they need to bring a zone change. And so I don't believe the planning commission has a finding that they can make that'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
I do believe the planning commission will hear conditional use permits within the different zones. And if someone wanted to come with the C3 zone and say, we would like to do a conditional use that might be this, that is where the planning commission would make such a finding. But I don't think that's going to be sufficient for the whole project. The project's going to need a zoning and a designation there.
Okay. So one comment that I would make is we're kind of getting into things that are further down the road. This meeting is really concept plan,
Yes.
and I know we've gotten into some of that, but it hasn't been the staff developer. We haven't really taken it through the staff
vetting
process that we will do. So some of these questions will be answered in that process, and we've had some initial conversation, which is great. But again, I think we've heard enough to recognize that you're pleased with the concepts, you like the general outline, and that lets Paul and his team get moving on the development agreement and on the entitlement process. So a lot of this will get vetted out in the entitlement process.
And I agree. Just so y'all don't think I was smoking something, I just want to point out that your ordinance says that under the zoning, and I'm quoting, other uses as conditional uses that are, quote, not listed as permitted or conditional uses in other zones that are determined by the planning commission to be compatible and in harmony with the intent of this zone according to the designated and approved development plan. So that's where I was in the language. Then in your own general plan, it describes the CCOM, which is this zone, the C2 and C3, and it specifically says, quote, large range of commercial uses, comma, including mixed residential commercial. So that's where I said, okay, your general plan says commercial, but residential, and then it even has a density. Those can go together. So to me, it wasn't a stretch for a planning commission to say that this is in harmony with your master plan. But I'm a city guy at heart, and I'm going to work with we're going to work through this and figure out a path.
You just arm wrestle him a little bit.
Yeah. I just don't want you to think I don't read things closely.
No, we know you and your credibility. Give us your final thoughts on this project, and we'll wrap this up.
I need to know how this is going to work to create that, because I would like sooner rather than later, if we can work through that simultaneously, working with you on both the creation of the PID as well as the development agreement. And I'm not sure how you do the.
I think what I can commit to you is with Jeremy as your primary point of contact, with the support of community development director and city attorney. I'm confident they can work through the zoning particulars, at least for the process. Awesome. And with the development agreement. But I think from my recollection, from my observation, this has been pretty well received by this council.
I think we need more discussion on PID. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying no. I'm usually for PIDs.
I don't think you've made any decisions on anything. It's just,
I know, I just want to be clear with them. I don't think we've made a decision.
every one of those items will have to come the way they come.
Yeah,
So the
but
PID will come through its
Open to the
process.
discussion if you can show me why it's beneficial for all of us and the future residents. So that's where I'm committed to you, but no guarantees with me.
I think I can do that. I've done several PIDs and been on the government side of it, so I think they
Great.
do work well.
So at this point, you've heard the feedback from the council, staff, plan commission. You and your team will encourage you now to go through that process.
Will do.
We'll work with staff, you'll work through the plan commission, and then hopefully at some point you'll be back in front of this body with a really nice project that this council can deliberate on and vote on. But Paul, Ben, Kyle, we really appreciate you. We look forward to working with you, and we look forward to partnering with you to the extent that we can on this.
And I thank you because I know this is a rare opportunity to have the city council and the planning commission in a joint meeting to be able to have this kind of feedback. So we felt honored to be put on your agenda.
That was good timing.
Thank you.
We appreciate it too. Okay, council, we've got another meeting starting at straight up 6. Call for motion to adjourn. Until then, motion by Councilman Coates. Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor? We are adjourned until 6 o'clock. Okay, welcome to the Washington City Council regular meeting. Today is August 9th, 2023. We are in the Washington City Council chambers at City Hall. Our meetings are broadcast live on our YouTube channel and also accessible on our city website, washingtoncity.org/meetings. We will continue with our tradition, our new tradition of having the invocation be offered by a member of the Interfaith Council. I'd like to welcome Tim Martin of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yes, I'm filling in for Shadman Bashir, who is with the Japan delegation at Utah Tech. He is head of international relations. He wanted to be here, but called me and said, okay, your turn. So I'm pleased to be here. You should also know that Kelly Iacona from the Washington City Police Department has contacted the St. George Interfaith Council. So we'll be working together on the Faith in Blue event on Saturday, October 5th again. So good things, good relationship. We appreciate Ben coming to our meetings, participating with the Interfaith Council. It really adds to all that's going on. If you please join me in prayer. Our Father in heaven, we are thankful this day to be part of this great community. We're thankful for those who serve the Washington City. We pray a blessing to be upon them, that they might feel rewarded for their efforts, that they might feel thy inspiration in the choices and decisions that have to be made. We're thankful for the resources that we have to make this a wonderful land and a part of the wonderful country that we live in. We are thankful for the moisture that we've received and pray for more, that we might end this drought and be able to return to some sort of normalcy with water. We're thankful for the gift that we have of the view each day as we enjoy this marvelous land. We pray a blessing upon those who have special needs, especially those in this city, that they might be comforted and made well. We're thankful for the service of so many that make all this possible, and ask thy spirit and blessing to be with all of us in this meeting. And these things we ask in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Brother Martin. If you'll please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before I call for a motion to approve the agenda, I would like to excuse Councilmember Casperson, who is traveling with family this evening. Council, we do have a need to go to a closed session for pending or potential litigation. At this time, I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
I'll make a motion we approve the agenda for the August 9th, 2023 City Council meeting.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates. Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. Item 2, announcements. Thursday, August 10th at 8 a.m. is the groundbreaking at the Intermountain Washington Fields Clinic, just off George Washington Boulevard. Friday, August 11th at noon is the new Parks and Maintenance Building grand opening. Thursday, August 17th at 8:30 a.m. is the Utah Tech University General Classroom Building groundbreaking. And right after that, at 11 a.m., also on Thursday the 17th, is the Turmeric ribbon cutting. That's a new Indian restaurant just up the street on Telegraph. Council, is there any other items that should be announced at this time? Okay. Before moving on to declarations of abstentions and conflicts, we have some special guests here tonight. I'd like to invite Adam Kenner, Operations Supervisor with Republic Services, to come forward and briefly share some information about the service they provide in the community, and introduce a very generous scholarship program that they've initiated, and then we'll and then you'll do the honors of recognizing that recipient. Adam.
Will do. First off, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, for the time. You introduced me pretty well. I'm the operations manager here in St. George. I've been here 10 years. I'm with Joe Oderkirk back there. He's the operations supervisor, and together we oversee all the collection of trash and recycling within Washington County. So these are the cans you put out in front of your house every week. Very proud to be of service and members of the community. Every year, we have a contest for Washington County high school students to win a scholarship award with us. The criteria is simple. The student needs to write a short essay and follow instructions on the topic. This year, the essay topic, why the world needs recycling. The selection process was competitive with many entries. I am here to present a check of $1,000 to the sole winner, William Yowsey. I hope I got that right.
Come on forward, William.
A few more things I'd like to say about his essay. William's writing stood out to us because he combined facts and personal anecdotes. In his essay, he quoted one of his mother's favorite quotes in saying, I got to get this right, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. As a side note, after reading his essay, William has inspired me to watch the movie WALL-E. William graduated from Crimson Cliffs High School and will be attending BYU. We'd like to invite the council to join us in wishing him good luck and Godspeed in his future endeavors.
Now, we're going to get a picture, but before we do this, it just wouldn't be right if we didn't put William on the spot for just a little bit. And one thing I've learned having a few kids, some that went to Crimson, is that scholarship is code for money. It's actually real money, and I don't know why more don't go after it. So congratulations to you for going after that and writing an essay. Would you just tell this council and this community a little bit about why you sought after this scholarship and what it means to you and how that will benefit your education and maybe a little bit about your future goals as well?
Of course. So obviously the theme of the essay was obviously why we need recycling. And it was after I wrote this essay, but I actually wrote another essay about space exploration. And in that essay, I talked about like environmental ways of using technology to benefit the environment. That kind of ties in with this essay right here. And what I learned is basically right now, our means of consumption they're not sustainable. And at this current rate, we're going to run out of certain resources. And then, so just like at this moment, we need to basically invest in new technologies or develop other methods of recycling or reusing certain products or resources in new ways. And there was actually, I read about this one man who uses trash to make surfboards, and that's kind of, I know they're surfboards, but that's kind of one way he went about, recycling and just not using a bunch of resources that would otherwise be used to harm the environment. So this essay just kind of helped me. Both these essays just taught me like, hey, we need to be aware of this and we need to do some actions right now before it's too late.
Oh, that's wonderful. So $1,500, how is that going to help you as you transition off to BYU? And then what are your future plans?
So of course I'm going to attend a BYU, and that money will definitely help me pursue my studies and stay career oriented and not have to worry about finances and all the stress that comes from that. And that'll help me pursue, I'm interested in engineering or just the sciences, and through that I can help find ways to, help others find ways to better use resources and just help everyone that we can.
Oh, that's well said. Very well spoken. Council, any thoughts or questions for William?
I think that you better hire him in about 6 years.
Did you say you're studying engineering?
That's one of my options. I'm still kind of figuring it out, but that's one of them right now.
Awesome. That's great.
I just love that kids can find scholarships. Anything we can do to help them is great. So congratulations. I love it. I love that you can work hard and get a little money here and there, because it's not getting any cheaper to go to school. And any burden off your parents too is awesome, and yourself. So congrats.
Thank you.
So William, if you'd shake Adam's hand and get a picture, then we'll come down and get a group picture. Go ahead and shake hands together. And You're still photo op in there. Go ahead. You got Dad there, it looks like, and our. All right, council, let's go down and get a picture with the group here. And then parents, if you'd like to join us too, family. Before we move along, council, are there any declarations of abstentions and conflicts? Seeing none, we'll move to item 4, which is the consent agenda as listed before you on your agenda. Council, if there's no brief clarification or discussion, I would ask that I would call for a motion to approve the consent agenda with removing item 4CII for separate discussion and consideration.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda for item 4A, 4B, and 4CI, and removing 4CII to further discussion.
Thank you. Have a motion by Councilman Coates. Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. And we will discuss item 4CII individually, which is consideration to approve a final plat for Desert Haven Townhomes located at 4290 South, 545 East. I've asked our city attorney, Thad Sigmuller, to introduce this item and then give the applicant, Mike Uzelek, an opportunity to speak to the council on this particular item. Thad.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll try to be brief. I think really the agenda item is the applicants to make. I do just kind of want to recount the history here. All of you have been here as we've tried in 2 different times to accomplish a road bond and agreement whereby Weatherby Way would be funded via bond. The agreement would then allow, I'm going to say applicants now, because what was originally a one-owner project has become a multi-owner project. And then they would have essentially a time period, I believe it was 12 months, to construct the road. And if it wasn't constructed, the city would then have the contractual right to access that bond and either start and complete or finish whatever was left. We're months into the second option on that, and we've made more progress this time than we ever did. The applicants have caused the NRCS line to be funded. That's, I believe, the construction is underway on that one. It got funded and construction's underway. That first hurdle never even was considered in the first attempt. And so we're really happy with that, because that was an important infrastructure lift that we needed to have happen down there. The agreement is ready on this one. There is an engineer's estimate on the full road build that John in Public Works has approved, but the agreement hasn't been signed and the bond hasn't been funded. And so the whole group of applicants haven't been able to get us there yet. So this applicant, Desert Haven Townhomes, they went and acquired right-of-way, paid for some road construction so that they could have 2 access points as they stand without Weatherby Way. They also have some reasons that they want to just be able to ask the council to consider some ideas they might have as it regards the condition of the Weatherby Way requirement that's been holding all of the phases back in this project so far. And so I had told them that we would give them a chance and come and meet with the council. We've let them know that this is a condition of the council and that staff cannot and will not, amend a condition of the council, that it will be the council that needs to consider their reasons and decide whether you see it fit to make a different condition or give some relief to the condition that the staff's been imposing so far. Anything that I need to add that I've forgotten, Jeremy?
Council, any questions for our city attorney before I invite the applicant? Thank you, Thad. Mike, come on forward and just remember to state your name and then be happy to listen to anything you have to say.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and council members. We're not asking for things to be changed. We're just asking for us to be able to move forward. And so we're willing to sign the dedication and everything that's required of us and to post our bond. We've gone out, we've had actually I found out yesterday who the excavator was that was granted the road at this point. Went out and got a bid from him, had the engineer give us a letter that bid was confirmed. We've sent it over to Public Works. John has approved that bid. So what we're asking is that we go ahead and be able to move forward to get our plat done so that we meet our conditions that we have with our bank and our lenders, which is coming due at the end of the month. And one of our conditions is that we have an approved plat.
Council.
So when we talk about you required roadway right away, where is that at?
So we have the access on Weatherby Way. We've got all of our approvals and everything signed off so that we have that cross easement agreement for ingress and egress. Then we also have it going out on 545. So we finished from Parsons to 545, that section right there. We put all that road and hard surface in at our expense.
So can you go back to the other map, Drew? So is it just in front of your townhome unit, or does it go all the way to Washington Fields Road, the right of way that's been?
The right of way goes all the way to Washington Fields Road.
And that right of way has been dedicated to the city or will be dedicated to the city? How are we?
That's the agreement I think that they have with Paul.
Who's Paul?
He's with Rockwell.
There was a lender who has taken back most of the phases from the Brothers Keepers group. It wasn't Brothers Keeper that was owning it. It was one of his holding entities, but it was Todd Smith and his entities. His primary lender, I believe, took back 5 of the 9 phases. And so that lender has taken them back in a foreclosure type process and has now been pivotal in helping us make the progress we've made, like with the NRCS line. And so, yeah, he's a contact for the lender that took back. That's from Todd Smith and Todd's entities.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get caught up.
Okay.
But per our agreement with you originally was that you would improve that road temporarily, right?
Correct.
If we couldn't get to this point. And then we were asked to not do that because the road was coming. Now the road's not coming again. What's our game plan?
It also has to do with the NRCS line going in. I mean, we're going to put a road in that they're going to turn around in 3 or 4 weeks and tear it back out.
No, I don't think that's what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Maybe I can clarify, because I know it seems confusing. So the agreement that we have right now that you as a council approved was a holistic agreement for all of Weatherby Way, except for a little piece that I can't remember what phase number it was, but that all of the property owners came together, they got a bid, they put their money in escrow, and then so we have all of the right of way to do Weatherby Way full width, except for that little section that can go around. And so that's kind of where everybody's working. So the bid that we have is for the entirety of Weatherby Way. What he's asking for is to get an approval contingent upon that, or to get an approval So far, we've held everybody waiting for the entire road to be funded.
So who's holding us up? Like,
I don't know that anybody's holding it up. The big problem was the bid, waiting for the bid to come through so that
but it
they
sounds
knew
like it came
how
through and
much.
we approved it, right?
Exactly. So we're looking a couple of weeks on the entire road. That's what the last information that I had is that in a couple of weeks, but it's not funded yet. So that still has to come through and the agreements have to be signed.
So
But we have the bid.
My question, are you going to fund your portion right now?
Yep.
You write a check,
Yep.
cash check to the city to hold it right now to record.
Yes.
Council, if you're considering that, I would just ask that you give a time frame within which we need that to be done as well, just so that.
I would ask the applicant, how long is it going to take you to do that?
Friday.
Okay.
Just give me.
Just because, I mean,
Yeah, no,
just where we're at is we feel like we've been burned all the way along, and I'm sure you do too. So,
there's
but
a whole list of things.
so I'm trying to understand how we protect both of us. You protect yourself, we protect us as a city, and get this accomplished. Because if everyone's on board, I'm just kind of confused why we're not. Everyone should be able to write their check on Friday if we're ready, right?
And they might.
I'll talk to that. So the plan that Jeremy was describing, there was one phase that we worked around because it's under foreclosure processes, which means you've got to give a notice of default and then file a notice of foreclosure, and then you've got to schedule the auction out. And so there's just statutory time periods that have to be met that haven't kept pace with other people. So there's two phases that don't have an owner right now that still are owned by the entity that is defunct.
Okay.
And it's not until those are actually sold at a foreclosure sale that there will be an owner that could even
Which makes total sense to me, and I think we went through that, and that we were just going to zigzag around them with the current roads that are built out there.
We zigzagged around one phase. The other phase is to the north.
So there's another one that's causing more of a problem.
There's two phases that are still being foreclosed. We zigzagged around the big one there on Sidbury Road. You see,
Which plats have we recorded in there that were supposed to be part of this?
None.
So how are the houses being built?
Come on up, John. The man who knows.
Good evening. The only phase out there that has been recorded so far is phase 1A. That's the 4 lots right there. Those are the only 4 lots that have been recorded. The rest are all still waiting contingent upon the Weatherby Road.
But is there any houses started?
Only the ones in phase 1A.
Okay. But that one's recorded.
That one's recorded, yes.
Okay.
Is there access to your development? I mean, is this an older map? I'm seeing some roads that aren't paved and stuff. It's an older map, right?
Yeah.
So which roads are paved now
Right
and
now, it'd
ready
be
to go?
4290 coming across. That connects from 540 over to his development. That right there has been paved.
Okay.
To provide them access.
Full width?
Half.
Or half width on the
plus.
south side?
That's right. Because we have the
half
other
plus,
to the
yeah.
north that's coming up.
So that gives you one access. Where's the second access? Yeah. So that's my concern, is now we've given one access, and that's why we fought to have this as a condition, is because we knew there was only one access and it was supposed to be built. So, because you're built, right? Aren't you done?
Yeah, well, we should have our punch list done by Friday.
So is that road going from north to south on the
Parsons.
left-hand side? It's paved?
Yep.
And then are you saying you're going to pave just a little bit up Weatherby?
We've already paved all of 4290 and Parsons.
Okay.
And then everything's in our subdivision all the way down to the elbow.
So
we haven't wanted them to pave Weatherby because of the NRCS, and we didn't want to dig up new pavement.
So where we're kind of at is you've got a hard deadline with your lender at the end of the month. That's where you're at. And I don't like the idea of you being held hostage by these other landowners that aren't moving forward. you know, so, I mean, it'd be nice to have a way forward for this gentleman. I mean, who knows what those other guys are gonna do if the land's tied up. You know, let's discuss what are some options for some ways forward on this.
Mayor, I'll just ask a question if that's a
Please.
good point. I think that's a good idea. So the second access is functional,
Yeah, I mean, it's dirt right now.
so it's not a safety issue, I'm saying, it's functional.
Just
okay?
dirt, yeah.
And the bid that we have, I just want to make sure I understand this, and then there's a bid for this roadway that's a certified bid that's being held, is that right?
Yeah, we've got two estimates, both from engineers. One is for the whole roadway, but with the workaround. We originally had one for the whole roadway. That one never happened. Then we got a whole roadway at the workaround. We've also got one just for this project that's estimated the cost of Weatherby Way that's fronting this project. And so
And that goes from his project all the way to Fields Road, correct?
I believe is that what you said, Mike? Does your bid go from 545 all the way to Fields Road?
No, it just goes from Parsons, which is that road, up to,
But the
Gibby,
intent,
Hancock piece.
the intention is that the other property owners will come in as well with their money and their agreement, and it will build full width all the way to Washington Fields Road.
But does this take it so that he doesn't pay his fair share of that road out?
And what would your involvement be with, like the councilman says, from Desert Haven to Washington Fields Road, that last stretch that?
Because everyone has to put a percentage in for
yeah,
that segment.
that's, per our agreement, that's not our responsibility. Just our responsibility is the frontage of the townhomes on our side.
So whose responsibility is that portion?
So, I mean, and this is getting into some different negotiations, but that has been, to my understanding, picked up by the other property owners. It's mostly one person who owns the rest of the phases, and he's agreed because we need that road to go all the way through, or it doesn't do any good.
I know, but how are we guaranteeing the city that we're going to get that road? Because
well, that was the guarantee, is that we waited until we had all of the money and all of the signatures. So if you approve something here, you don't have that same guarantee. We've been holding everybody and making everyone work together, and you'll likely have other people who come in and want something similar if they can't get the whole thing put together.
so just so I'm clear, you're saying the remainder piece to get the connection, someone else was gonna pay for the entire thing? Who was that?
The whole project has been estimated, and the cash would be posted, and then they would go build it. And if they failed to build it, we would pull the bond and build it ourselves. And so we understand that person was always going to be the primary lender that took most of the assets back from the original owner. Paul Johnson and his entities that were the lenders are the ones that are in the lead, mostly because they own the most phases. They seem to have been the collaborators that are trying to bring everybody together to do this. We don't know exactly who was going to build the road, but I know that they had a contractor that was in line. And so John and we've been comfortable that they have the details right.
So
We've never had
here's what
any-
I don't want to happen though. We make a helping out, try to get this resolved, which I hate that we're all here, right? I was worried about this from the start, but we're here today. And then all of a sudden we let's help the next guy and the next guy. And then who gets stuck with that bill? Our citizens. That's what I'm scared about.
This applicant's willing to put your share of the road.
Correct, we'll bond our
Yeah,
share.
so I mean,
And everything except for phase 5 is owned by the one person.
so your share of it, you're willing to give to the city, and so you can go ahead and move forward. So to be honest, it would be great to see something happen down here because it's an eyesore. I would love to see some, upward movement, some vertical stuff going up, I mean, it would just help us tremendously down there.
So the costs then are just estimates, they're not certified bids. And
They are
so
certified bids.
They are certified bids? They actually are, okay.
Both through an engineer and the city.
Mayor, my question is, and this is a little bit of an unusual question, but I think it applies. You know, I see that the staff has recommended approval. I'd like to know, who that is. Is it all entities in the city that has approved the recommended approval for this? Or is there, I guess it's because we've got a lot of different.
So staff has reviewed the plat, finds the plat appropriate, right? We have not taken a position on this workaround. We've worked with the applicant, given them ideas, tried to give them feedback, but we recognize that this is council's condition. It's not an administrative condition. And so that's why we wanted the applicant to have the time to talk with the council tonight.
So the approval here in the recommendation is strictly just that we've looked at the plat and we approve it as to form and content.
Correct. The staff approval speaks to the plat and its contents.
I think that needs to be really clear.
But I like what the staff's doing, because these subdivisions were all contingent upon Weatherby Way being completed all the way to Washington Fields Road. And so I agree that I would like to find a way forward. The only hesitation I have as you deliberate and vote is that final section from your subdivision to Washington Fields Road. And, does the other owner of the majority of those other properties understand that that's their responsibility? We would just hate to have that section not finished. I think that's kind of where we are. I think we'd like to try to help it move forward, but how do we do that without ending up with a road that's not built and then controversy about who's responsible for building it? I mean, we hear what you say and believe you, Mike. It's just that we don't have all the details about who's really responsible to pay for that last little section to get it out to Washington Fields Road. And that's what we need to do. We need to tie it in and get that ingress egress done.
So when these other sections come to us, they're going to have to do something similar. They each have a portion of it that they have to pay, and they'll have to put that in. And then worst case scenario, as each one of these comes through, we'll have enough money to finish the road if we have to, if they can't come to an agreement. Is that
what we've done so far? So this came through as one development.
Right.
And so they understood that they had to build the whole road all the way to Washington Fields Road. That's no problem when it's one development. When it turns into 7 phases and they all get sold to different people, now we have a problem. So what the council and the staff has done so far is just said, look, we don't want to get in the middle of who's paying for which part of that end piece. You guys figure it all out, bring in all the money. We don't care how you do it, but until all the money comes and the agreements are signed, nobody gets to move forward. Now, Mike's asking to move forward on his own. We don't have that same guarantee that everybody else now is going to come through. I mean, that's why we did that. That's why we held it up. And we said, we want all of it. We don't want pieces. We don't want some of the money, some of the agreement. We want all of it.
So let me ask
what
this.
he's asking for is, will you piece it off for me now?
What is if we made an agreement tonight that you can go ahead and move forward and everything else falls apart, what's the worst case scenario for homeowners in that they won't be able to go to Washington Fields Road, that they'll have to take one of these other roads? I mean,
So as the resident cynic, they'll have pavement to the north, but if there was an event that obstructed that, they would be exiting on the dirt road, Weatherby Way easement. The original developer agreed to build the whole road when the council approved his project, and then he sold it off. None of his buyers were informed they would have any road duties. He also failed to even have the easement. You'll remember that. We were even lacking easement. So we've made progress over the time. It looks a lot better than it did once. But yeah, worst case scenario is we would be holding money from the applicant. It wouldn't be enough to build the whole road. And we might just need to make sure that easement, which the city now owns for that road.
How far along is that subdivision to the west? Because it's under construction, right?
To the northwest or to the due west?
The west.
Due west is under the same condition.
I know, but is it almost done, paved?
Oh yeah, it's paved. All of
John's
these.
saying no, you're saying yes.
Which one are you talking about? I mean, there's pavement out there just sitting right now and utilities sitting out there in all these phases.
most of the
Yeah, it
phases.
depends on which phase we want to talk about.
I'm
Phases
talking directly west.
Phase 5, yeah, it's probably 35% complete. It's
And
one that they've
it's
not
being-
continued to.
They stopped working on it and it's going to sit there till litigation's done.
Till the foreclosure's done.
So you get half roads out of the site. You have one access and it's half roads.
No, their access.
No, they have one paved access. They might have a
Correct.
secondary gravel access, but technically we typically would make them road base all the way out on a secondary access to do that, to count as a secondary access. Because I don't think it all should be his burden, but whose burden is it? It shouldn't be our burden.
So this applicant went and acquired right of way across that phase 5 so that they could build that road and pave it up there.
Has that been dedicated to which when you're talking about?
Right where that cursor is, that stretch of land was not affiliated with this phase, and so one of the things that was required of them.
Okay, what about Weatherby Way? The right of. Speak in the mic. Sorry, our recorder will kill us if you don't speak in the mic.
So we have from Parsons all the way to Washington Fields, including that little piece. We have all of that.
So is that being recorded with this plat?
Correct.
Okay, do we have an agreement with them saying, well, how do we deal with the?
I think you see it. It's already been. I think the city owns that right of way already.
No, this is city line work. It's not county. If you pull up the county map, is it there?
But we had to do it for the NRCS.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all been dedicated.
Okay.
We put that together last September because it wasn't getting done.
So there's a paved access for your future residents, and then there's a secondary access that's not paved on Weatherby, but they can use it if needed, right? So, this is not a good situation for anybody, but I just don't feel right about this applicant being held hostage by 8 other property owners that are in litigation and having some problems. This applicant, he's funded, he wants to move forward. We need the housing. It would make the area look much better. It really looks kind of miserable down there right now. Everything's stopped, and so I say let's move forward if we can.
Well, even Councilman, even if we were to deny him, that doesn't get the road built any faster.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't change our responsibility, our legal commitment at all. It's just placing more burden on the applicant than I feel that what he should bear. But we do need to exercise all of our due diligence in making sure that we get a road there so that
if we go out on a limb, I think we're going to get a road there. I mean, when Thad says we've made great progress, we have made great progress. And now we have, we have an engineer on board who's moving the project forward. They went out and they got the bids.
I think this is going to help us, if anything.
I think we're going to be there in a couple of weeks. He's just saying he can't wait a couple of weeks.
So when the lender comes and tries to sell these other projects, if they see something else going there, it's going to prime the pump a little bit. So, I'd like to move forward if we can, if it's.
So let me ask this question. Are you paying for the full width of the road or half width of the road of Weatherby Way?
Half.
So we're getting a piece together road.
There's another section that's on the other side. So when Weatherby Way comes in, it will be full width, but he's only paying for half. But there's another development on the other side that will pay for the other half of his section. Does that make sense? That's one of the reasons that we were trying to bring it all together, because we didn't want what you're saying. We didn't want little sections, half paved. We wanted full width. We wanted the whole thing full width. So.
And if the residents use the dirt road, it's going to bring more business to our car washes.
There's more water.
It's a win-win.
Oh, yeah. So as you're thinking of ideas, we're informed that there's a pretty good chance in the next month or several months it might get funded. And if you're interested in taking a cash posting for this one, if you'll just think about how we would refund that or how we would do that when that comes in. It seems to make sense to build the road as one project. And so just maybe give us some instruction on what you'd like us to do. If we've got the applicant's money and then the rest of them show up because of, the appearance of progress or whatever it is that causes it to happen.
So I don't know if I'm comfortable releasing any cash until it's built, and I don't want to build a parcel road.
But if the full road bond comes in and gets funded, would you authorize us to release the individual bond? Does that make
Not until
sense?
it's built.
Not till it's built. Okay.
Right? Like I would assume that say we proceed this way and we get, it's a start, like everyone's saying, we get a start, and then the remainder guys come in 2 months or
So
whatever.
I was
with their
asking,
cash bond.
so we've got the individual bond theoretically, and then the group comes and posts the whole road estimate. So
The remainder, right? They
Well,
wouldn't
I'm just
post
saying,
it at all.
Well, I'm not sure they're I'm just saying, assuming that the people that have been working on the agreement that's been worked on for 6 months, that has an estimate that's approved, they come and post that. Can we refund the one that was individually posted? Does that make sense?
You're saying if they fund the whole road, right? Why would they do that?
Because that's what their contract requires them to do. That's what we've been asking them to do for 6 months.
No, but then they're going to ask him for his money. So
Can
what do
we
we?
just move that bond over?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They just pay the
I don't-
remainder, right? Like
Let's
that's how
just
I
move
would
it
look at it. Is that you're the first phase that's been paid. You just were early. The rest of them are late, and we're trying to.
Very late.
But I would say none of it's released till the road's built, except for the tranches we talked about as it gets constructed.
Yeah, the contract has some phasing, I guess, is probably not the perfect word, but yeah, the concept.
Is it realistic to think that the collaboration could happen within the next 2 weeks?
I would love to see that.
I'm just wondering what your time is, Mike.
So I'm aware of.
History of this project hasn't been one of speed, but
I'm aware of foreclosure sales into September, so I don't think 2 weeks is realistic. I don't think we'll see anything until after ownership has changed on the 2 remaining parcels. I think that's a significant trigger that needs to happen first.
And really, the accountable party is not involved any longer, if there is accountability, right? Well, I'd still like to hear, whatever staff feels like their recommendation would be, in case, as council, we look at things from one way, but staff certainly has insights that are helpful if there's any staff members that would like to.
John, I'm looking at you. I know it puts you on the spot, but
So give us a way forward here that would work for the applicant and the city.
No pressure at all. No. I know the position that the applicant's in and stuff. He's been diligently working with us to get things done. The option that I'm, I guess, most favorable with is having him post cash bond, whatever, with the agreement that he would roll that over or somehow bring that in with the other bond for when the other applicants come in, and so that we have it all in one. I think he's willing to post now, but I think it doesn't do us much good, like you said, build a half road or anything like that.
how do we determine the amount of that bond, given the fact that there's a section of road there that he may or may not be responsible for?
We can have the estimate put together for all the improvements for what he needs to complete on his portion. We can have that number put together. The rest of it, they've got their initial estimate. We've already looked at it for the entire road. We can bounce numbers against each other to verify that they all match up.
With your recommendation, with that cash bond, what does that allow the applicant to do after this meeting?
After this meeting will allow him to, with your approval of the final plat, then we can actually record the final plat. Allows him then to begin going vertical as well as sell any lots that he has out there.
So the agenda item tonight really is approval of a final plat, but all the discussion relates on the condition that's kind of been a hurdle for that final plat.
So the council could add a condition about a cash bond onto this final plat. And that may provide a way forward.
It gets us the first piece where we have funding for Weatherby Way. Now, we do have the additional subdivision of Crimson townhomes being built directly north and stuff, which will, with their first phase and stuff, give them additional access.
So with the bids that we do have, there's not really a timeline attached. How do we know that when the money is all in the pot to build the road, that the bids are going to be still accurate with the money that we've collected?
In my experience, estimates change with the economy, so I can't say that we will know.
Way to add a provision into this bond that they would have to match up whatever their portion is at the current prices when it's bid or when it's ready to be built.
Does the estimate have a contingency in it?
I think the easier might just be to do estimate plus and add a percentage that council thinks will try and hopefully cover something. I think that would be easier. We would then be refunding money at some point if necessary, than trying to ask them to bring more payment in at a later date.
I think that covers my biggest concern. And I think the road's going to get built. I think that as long as our citizens don't end up having to pay anything for this, then I feel like there's a way forward for me personally.
So you could do a final plat approval contingent upon the deposit, and normally we do 110%, don't we, of bid?
Yes, it would be 110%.
110% of the bid price and the signed agreement, and put a date on it. Give it, how long you want him to have to do it, because we don't like these to stretch out forever.
And the roadway dedication, the full width.
And we think we already have that. That's already been done.
You just told me it wasn't. You told me it wasn't in the city property. Is it currently in the city's name, that right away?
You can go ahead.
It means a lot that the county's
We understand that the county required all of that as part of the NRCS. The NRCS needed right-of-way and they needed funding, and they've sent it out to bid. So I don't see tonight the document that conveys it to Washington City. We can follow up on that, though.
You can add that as a condition.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what I'm saying is we got to have full right-of-way width, and then do we need an agreement? Well, I'm trying to think. Other cities have made me do it where I just don't want us to have to pay for the road because they say it's your right of way. Be like, that's what I don't want to. So is there some kind of?
We need at least a simple agreement talking about what we have the money for and how it'll be released and those kind of things. I mean, I think we've done that in the past.
I would take the agreement that the whole group is working on and tailor it just to this applicant so that they're signing substantially the exact same thing we're still requiring. They're just signing it ahead of schedule instead of with the group as an individual. I could add to that any terms that you want to make sure are in there.
So one thing I was thinking was that we include some road-based money to get at least the road base out to Fields Road. I don't know if you're open to that, just so we get our true second access.
Hey, Mike, just come speak in the mic.
I'm saying with the bond, Mike. So I'm saying we'd have to add some dollars to cover any road base we might need to put after the NRCS line goes in and we build the roadway. Is that if we have to put down road base to get a secondary access all the way in, say this whole thing blows up and you're the only one that puts your money in, we still got to put down something to get secondary access. Because right now you have, the secondary access has to do with our fire too, to be able to get their fire trucks back there. So I want to make sure that we can get access. For that secondary access has to be at least a road-based road out. So we'd have to have enough in that to cover the pavement for the half width we talked about and the road base from the end of your property out to Washington Fields Road, 26 feet wide to meet our fire.
Asphalt as well?
No.
Just
road base.
Okay, road base would be fine.
You're agreeable to that? What is staff comfortable with that? Covers the secondary access issue.
I would just lean on John to verify that the road-based numbers, and we would just then add that.
Yeah, we can
Total
add the
bond.
road-based number in. We've done similar things, Long Valley, emergency secondary access, all road-based all the way through and stuff, so we know what we need to put down for making sure emergency vehicles can get through.
Mike, you've heard the council. Does that sound fair to you?
Yes.
What's being deliberated? Council, who's taken notes well enough to take a stab at the direction I think we're going?
Maybe we ought to go over them again just to make sure there are several conditions there that we might want to just work.
Somebody write them down, and
I didn't, but I'll make a list and let someone write them down.
So it's 110% of the bid amount needs to be bonded, right?
110% bond, cash bond,
including road base
from the end of the project
to Washington Fields.
Should I call it the northeast corner of the project to Washington Fields Road? I think it's 26, but we should just say wide enough to meet public safety requirements for secondary access.
Fire truck, yeah. Do we need a signed agreement? Do we all understand when we say signed agreement, we know what that is? Okay. And then what kind of a date are we looking at?
He said, well, the signed agreement and the bond.
We can post the bond this week.
What is Thad's timeline?
I'll be here all week as well. I really like that Mike is saying Friday, but I would probably say, let's say August 18th. That's our drop dead date. We can finish sooner than that if we can, but let's not have your deadline pinch that too much.
Wording about verifying the agreement.
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I was just going to ask about the recording of the plat. We got to realize he needs it done by the end of the month. We have to get it to the county. They take 10 days to get it recorded. So it's just that time. I want to make sure, I hope it can get faster, but I know how fast the county can go.
I'm not saying I will wait till the 18th. I'm saying that you're considering a deadline at which your condition expires. We'll get it done as soon as we can on this side, but I don't want your condition to expire before.
Do we have to approve that agreement, or are we just approving it with these conditions? And
you've seen it 2 times now. If you'll just trust that I give them the same agreement that just has their signature line, that's really the change we're looking at.
Do you have to have it recorded by a certain date, or just your final plat approved?
Record it by the 28th.
Okay.
So Mayor, with that, if council is done with the discussion and you're ready.
Absolutely, Councilman, go ahead.
I think I've got these. We may have to modify it, but I'll give it a shot. So I would like to make a motion to approve, consideration to approve a final plat for Desert Haven Townhomes located 4290 South, 545 East, with the additional conditions. Number 1 being that there would be a cash bond in the amount of 110%, with additional consideration for a roadway to be held for, is that the northeast corner of the project? Then second condition would be
to Washington Fields Road.
To Washington Fields Road.
It's actually the southwest corner.
Southwest. Okay, southwest corner to Washington.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that from the northeast corner to the northeast to the Washington Fields Road would be road based. Everything else is your half width road requirement.
Okay, so where do you want that road at?
Draw it out, Drew. And we got a motion simmering. Hold the temp. Drew, clarify, because I think we all understand where we think the road and the road base is, but can you draw it out so it's clear for the applicant? So that's already built.
I thought we
down
were
on
gonna
Weatherby.
not build out the road until we build the whole thing out.
We're talking about Weatherby.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I'm trying to.
So Weatherby.
Okay, so what I'm saying is we're saying we're getting where he's going to build his half of the road of Weatherby along his entire parcel.
Yes.
Everything northeast outside of his parcel to Washington Fields Road will be road-based.
So it would be from that corner.
Yep,
From where the
clear
ground-
up to there.
The estimate will fund that line that Drew just drew.
Correct.
Drew just drew a line that'll be funded by the estimate. We're adding additional cost to the estimate.
Yes, there you go.
From that point on.
Is that, Are we all on the same page? Okay, continue.
Mayor, I'm going to
Councilman.
start over if that's all right.
If you want to, you had good progress, but.
I had good momentum, but I like it clean.
Okay.
Okay, again, consideration to approve final plat for Desert Havens Townhome located 4290 South, 545 East, with additional condition, number one, that there would be a 100% cash bond held.
110.
Excuse me?
110%.
110% cash bond with additional amount to be determined for road base for the northeast corner from where the asphalt ends to Washington Fields Road. Then condition two would be a signed agreement, and condition three would be that the applicant would have everything turned in by the 18th of August, 2023.
And the full roadway dedication be recorded prior to this or in simultaneous with this,
I think
deeded over to Washington City.
And the roadway be recorded simultaneously, I believe is okay, right?
From the end of his project on the southwest corner all the way to Washington
Fields Road, yes.
Okay. All right. We incorporated that verbiage into the motion. Well done, Councilman Ivy. You've heard the motion. Is there any additional clarification from council staff? Any point of order, any comment?
Did you want to put a time frame on it, Councilman?
Well, we put a date of
August
the 18th, August 18th,
Yep, he put
to
that
have the applicants.
Of 2023.
2023.
Friday, August 18th.
Hey, we're very thorough
At
around here.
5 p.m. And you can't turn it in at 5 p.m.
John, you feel good about that? You've heard the motion by Councilman Ivy. Would someone like to second the motion?
Well, did we also need to say that road base meets the public safety requirements? Do we need to clarify that in the conditions?
Well, it has to pass inspection, so that's pretty much implied.
Okay, John will inspect that it meets public safety requirements. Can you second that motion, Councilman Martinson?
I'll second it.
Have a second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to say I'm ion for it, not opposed. You went too fast for me. So.
Okay. So that final plat is approved unanimously with some very specific conditions. And make us proud, Mike.
Thank you.
Get that. Let's get some road built. We want Weatherby Way done.
Mayor, did you see how good Drew is with that red pencil?
He's
been
impressive.
He is good.
Can you add a condition?
Zoom, we're much better, but I'm getting.
We have a ribbon cutting with pizza when Weatherby Way is finalized. Can we do that?
No. No. All right, moving on from the consent agenda an hour later.
Everybody's looking at the clock.
It's all right, we get paid by the hour, so that's all right.
Item 5, public hearings. Just by a raise of hand, are any in the audience here to speak to either of the items that are listed as public hearings tonight? Say C. Okay, I'm going to give the condensed version, okay? Because I know you'll know what to do. Public hearings are an opportunity for the council to listen and consider feedback. After the public hearing, any wishing to speak to a specific item, please remember to state your name and for the record and address the mayor and council as such. Comments should be relevant, concise, not repetitive to something that's already been said. Most well-spoken public comments can be made within about 2 to 3 minutes. Council will listen and staff will listen and take notes during the public hearing and then respond to any items after the public hearing is closed. Item 5A is public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for the disposal of certain real property owned by Washington City and take steps to convey property to the adjacent landowner located at approximately 4200 South and Treasure Valley Road. The applicant is Civil Science. City Planner Eldon Gibb will give the staff report on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll try to make some lost time here on that last consent agenda here. On the corner of 4200 South and Treasure Valley Road, Washington City owns parcel W-5-3-2-124, highlighted there in the exhibit. This parcel is approximately 1,000 square feet and was intended to be used as public right-of-way. This land was not used for public right-of-way and will never be used as public right-of-way. Due to the unusable size and shape, the applicant is requesting approval to dispose of this property to the adjacent landowners, which is DL Hoops LLC. The adjacent property owners, DL Hoops LLC, would like to landscape this property in conjunction with their property, The Junction, when that builds out. Staff recommends that the City Council approve this land disposal, transferring ownership of parcel W-5-3-2-124 from Washington City to DL Hoops LLC. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for Eldon?
Eldon, can we just make sure that we're not giving away up? There's no signs or anything crazy. I don't want any site triangle issues here. So I don't know how we do that, but
what do you,
I
say that again?
It's on a corner, so I don't want us to give it up and all of a sudden they put in a sign here or a large tree and all of a sudden you can't see around this corner, because this is the road that all the high school kids drive down, and I know they're exceptional drivers. So
anything that they would do in their development would have to meet site triangle, but we can, it sounds like they're intending to landscape it. We can just put a condition that it's landscape only.
So did we purchase this property or was it donated to us?
I'm not sure the history on that.
I think it was dedicated during development of the previous, this is one we didn't know where that was going to tie in until.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't pay for it and we lost money on it.
No, it was given.
Okay, thank you.
That's also why we proposed just to give it back to that landowner.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, Eldon. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Any wishing to speak to item 5A, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn to the council for a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance disposing of real property at Washington City to the adjacent landowner. Should we say the Hoops? Is that who's? To the Hoops
LLC, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'll second that if you're looking for a second.
We have a motion and a second. This is ordinance. We'll go roll call. Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
That ordinance is approved unanimously. Item 5B, this is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance amending the Washington City Culinary Water Master Plan and Impact Fee Facilities Plan. Our Assistant Public Works Director, Lester Dalton, will give the staff report along with Blaine Worrell and Dustin Schaefer from Sunrise Engineering. Lester.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Hopefully IT's on board because this is not working. Oh, it did work. And then I turned it off. Just as it came up. Hopefully Council is familiar with this. We've discussed it in a couple of previous workshop sessions. Just want to bring everybody up to speed. This is kind of the rest of the agenda item all wrapped into one. So it includes the Culinary Water Master Plan, as well as the impact fees, facilities plan and analysis with the accompanying impact fees. It also includes the water rate study that we did. We try and keep this lumped together as best we can so that everything's clear at the same time, especially with the impact fees facility plan, that what components are impact fee associated and which components are user rate associated. I'd like to turn the time over to Blaine with Sunrise Engineering, kind of have him walk you guys through the slideshow that you've previously seen and an opportunity to get any public comments that may be out there and walk through any questions and help any way we can to get a decision on this.
Thanks, Lester. We appreciate your work on this and appreciate Sunrise Engineering. Blaine, take it away.
All right, yes, sir. So if I can get the Lester's computer to work here. Oh, there's a delay. Okay. Oh, maybe not. There we go. So, as we said before, this is an update to the master plan and impact fee facilities plan that was done in 2017. This plan includes a source, distribution, storage, analysis for the water system. It also includes a user rate study, as Lester was mentioning, and an impact fee facilities plan and impact fee facilities or impact fee analysis. So as part of that, one of the starting points of this is to conduct a growth rate analysis to determine, or not to determine, but to project what the growth is looking like to see how this will be impacting the system in the future. We have, based on recent data, a pretty significant projection of growth. We also took into account the historical usage that Lester and his crew have been gathering over the last couple of years through some nicer quality meters to get some real data. And we've taken that to analyze the source requirements and capacity of the system. Currently, we are showing an excess capacity of about 7,000 gallons a minute. One thing that is important to note here is this isn't 7,000 gallons a minute of source that the city-owned water. It is water that the city has the capacity through its infrastructure and agreements with the Conservancy District to use. And that'll be how it is going forward. We also looked at storage, which currently there is sufficient storage, but in the window we're looking at, there is projection to be significant shortage of water storage in the system. We also looked at distribution analysis of the system using a water modeling software to determine how the system interacts on a peak day, average day, at peak instantaneous demand usage. We also created a dynamic model for the city to use and its operators to use to help with planning future projects and different environments that could come up during breaks or construction or things like that. So with this analysis, we've developed a number of recommended projects that we recommend to be constructed within a 20-year planning window. These projects are shown here. They include a number of storage tanks, as well as distribution trunk lines, main water lines, and pump stations, primarily to deliver water from the Conservancy District lines to these new storage tanks. So we took all this information of these recommended improvements and developed a user rate analysis to determine what an average user rate would need to be in the system to be able to fund the current, or even not current, but the projected O&M budget for the water system, as well as to be able to fund these projects going forward. And so to do that, we started with the existing user rate structure, which is shown here. This has a base rate per meter size, based on your meter size, as well as a tiered structure, meaning that every 1,000 gallons that a water user uses, they are charged a per 1,000 gallon charge, and as they use more water, the charge increases. One thing to note on the charges in the city of the user rate, there is a portion of that is sent to the Washington County Water Conservancy District. This is a charge that district charges to all users on its system based on, they have a charge for raw water and for treated water. So the city has a portion of water that they get from the district and a portion of water that comes from wells and city-owned water or city-treated water. And so there's a portion on the user rate that is kind of a weighted average of what the city has on their water versus what the charge is from the Conservancy District. And that is reflected in the existing user rate as well as what we propose going forward.
And Blaine, I appreciate you bringing that up. I mean, really, the Washington County Water Conservancy District is our wholesale water provider, and so going forward, they're our primary source. So appreciate those clarifications.
Correct, yeah. And as of right now, projecting like this summer, we're looking at around an 80-20% kind of share, where it's 20% city water, 80% Conservancy District water. And as the years go on and growth increases, that number is just going to continually shift more and more towards the district. So that goes into what kind of the philosophy of what a user rate needs to be. And a user rate is broken into two pieces. There's a base rate and an overage rate. The base rate is the rate that is charged to cover all the fixed costs of the system, meaning that the cost that even if the city did not produce any water or provide any water, those are still fixed costs that the city has to cover, such as bonds, salaries, things of that nature. And then there's an overage rate, which is the cost that the city incurs while producing and delivering water to its users. And so to do that, we took a line item by line item expenses of the city's budget, projected out what those would be in the future based on growth and projected inflation rates, and broke it line item by line item and developed with city staff, a percentage of how much of that is fixed versus how much of that is varied based on usage. And so we came up with a total expense of about $13.7 million or $13.8 million on an annual budget, with $5.5 million being the fixed portion and $8.3 million being the variable portion. So it leads into our base rate and overage rate calculations. So the base rate is calculated by taking those fixed costs, that $3 million or $4 million, subtracting out some of the incomes that are non-usage related, like connection fees, and dividing it by the number of ERUs in the system. And that gets us to a number of $24.19 per ERU per month. And then we did the same thing for our overage rate calculations. If I can scroll to the next slide, there we go. Which is the same thing, but instead of using the fixed cost, we use the overage costs, which comes to a $31.33 per ERU per month average cost. And if we were to put these together, we get a table here showing that the total average cost to keep the water system black and have enough revenue to cover all expenses and projects.
In the black.
In the black, yes. Yeah, not the water black, sorry. Yeah, I
Just keep it a lagger.
Would be $55.52, which is about a $9.50 increase from what it is today. And this is, like I said, this is an average rate. Obviously, it's based on usage, so some people are going to be charged more, some are less. But this is basically the target average rate. And so to get to that target, because we don't charge everybody the same rate, we develop a rate structure like we showed at the beginning, existing with tiers and a base rate. And some of the functions of the tier structure is to, one, make it so we got some people paying less, some people paying more to establish that average rate. But also a rate structure can be used to help with conservation, with encouraging individuals and users to use less water and save on their water bill each month. And so with that conservation, it's kind of a double-edged sword, where it's something that's critical to our community. It's critical to the area to have conservation and smartly use the resources that we have. However, with less water being used, that's less water that is charged for and is spent, and then therefore decreases the amount of revenue that comes into the system. And so working with city staff to come up with some options to make sure we don't set up a user rate today and then have conservation that therefore leads to being in the red in the future. We developed a strategy to start the focus being on having the user rate and the tier structure start at what the city's goal is for conservation, meaning that if the city was able to get its users to hit its goal, there would be no issues in the system of not being able to cover those costs. So if we're able to,
State that goal for us.
yeah, so the goal right now on average would be an average usage of 12,200 gallons a month per user.
ERU. Yeah.
Currently, the city is sitting around about 14,500 gallons a month. And so the plan is, the proposed rate structure would be to use that 12,200 gallons as our starting point. And so what that does is we provided three options, so 3-tier options of a user rate structure. Each option does include the first tier being in that 12,000 range. We rounded down a little bit to keep even thousand numbers. The first option is very similar to the current tier structure with the same number of tiers. The big difference is the first couple tiers were adjusted to hit that 12,000, whereas existing it's 0 to 5,000. And then for each tier, a 10% increase in costs with our number of tiers to try to simplify the tier structure and make the tiers chunks bigger.
Blaine, can I ask a question? And I'm
Absolutely.
embarrassed that I don't know this already, but our current rate structure, how many tiers do we have?
It's 9.
We currently have 9.
So yeah, here, I'll go to that slide for you here, Mayor.
I apologize. I should have already known that. Just
Right.
when I looked at it, it occurred to me that seems like quite a few tiers.
Maybe
It's okay.
Okay.
I hear you.
There we go. Right here.
That's
for you.
right. Okay. Yes.
So yeah, it's 9 tiers, and it starts at 0 to 5,000 and goes into 5,000 increments.
And the option 1 then is 0 to 12.
Correct.
And then
it's
goes
12
in
to
increments.
15, and it continues at 5,000
Okay.
increments.
Yeah.
As proposed or as existing. And so option 2 uses, like I said, it reduces that to have kind of a simpler setup with less tiers. Makes it a little bit easier to calculate some of these rates that do go up into those higher tiers. And this option has a 25% increase per tier, so there's a little bit more per tier than option 1. And then option 3 uses the same tier setup as option 2, but with a more compounded increase in usage, or in charges, sorry. So the first tier would go up by 10%, and then 25%, and then 50% for the last couple tiers. And then we just have some just kind of for informational purposes, we took some different usages to show what those rates would be like for someone who has, for example, a low water user of 5,000 gallons, what they pay now versus what they would pay under option 1, 2, and 3, which you can see for here would be the same. But if you look at the higher usages, it starts to change. And if we could go even, there's users in the city that go well above that 36,000, and that increases from there up. And then we do have, I won't go much time on these, were available, but there are some slides that show how these tiers stack up against each other versus how they stack up against the existing user rate. The existing user rate is the lower blue line, option 1 being the red, option 2 being the middle blue, and option 3 being the orange goldish color. We also have some information here, which this is hard to see on these bigger screens, but some graphs showing how the city's existing user rate, which is this blue dotted blue line here, and the proposed lines, which are these colored ones that are kind of stacked, and how it compares with other cities in the community. It's hard to tell on here, but pretty much all the communities besides Springdale that we looked at were all right here together within a pretty similar window, with Washington City's new rate being a little bit higher than others. But the thing to note there is, and I'll get to that in a little bit too, is Washington City is the first ones kind of, in fact, I'll get to that slide now, I don't have it, I had it on here, but so Washington City is the first ones getting to implementing new user rates in the last 3 to 5 years. And so it's kind of expected to see that with these increases, the Washington City's rates would be a little above the rest of the communities, but it's expected that those will join eventually as other communities go through their user rate analysis as well. So that's what we did with the user rate analysis. The next portion of this was the impact fee facilities plan and the analysis that went with it. As we have here, this is the existing water impact fees, about $2,400 a month for a single ERU or a 5/8 3/4 inch meter. We took the full 20-year window recommended improvements and broke it down just into the first 10-year projects, as the impact fee law states that all impact fees collected need to be spent in a 6-year window. And so we just looked at the 10-year window for impact fee projects. And so these are the top is the storage tanks that we're proposing to believe that need to be built within the next 10 years. And on the bottom, there are distribution improvements. And some things to note is in the master plan, we had some of these broken out a little bit more. For example, the airport tank here, this number here for $11 million includes the tank and the distribution line that goes to it. And then the airport connection phase down here would be the booster pump that goes to it. So to clean this up and not have such a big table, we combined some of the key projects that would be built together at the same time. And the other thing to note on here is as these costs are costs in 2023 dollars. So those are kind of our projected costs in today's dollars. And the year of improvements on here are fiscal year improvements, which if you were to correspond that to the recommended improvements earlier we looked at, those were looked at in calendar year, because we weren't necessarily looking at the fiscal year budgets. So there will be a year discrepancy on some of the projects based on when we were projecting them to be implemented. So with the impact fee analysis and the numbers that go with it and the calculations, the main thing is taking those 10-year window projects and coming up with what percentage of those projects or those costs are attributed to growth. Because the impact fee law states that impact fee dollars can only be spent on projects that are directly related to growth. And with this project, or these projects we looked at, the storage tank projects are all 100% attributed to growth. These tanks would not need to be built if we did not have any more growth in the city, and specifically in the areas that we are proposing for them are areas that are currently undeveloped. And so those developments would be driving these tanks to be put in. And the same goes with the distribution lines and pump stations going to those tanks. There are 3 projects on here that are smaller distribution projects that are here to fix existing pressure issues. And because those are existing issues and not attributed to growth, those projects are not considered impact fee eligible. So that's why on here they're marked at 0% eligibility and not included in the impact fee calculation. Another thing to note on here is the numbers on the right for the impact fee costs versus the chart we just looked at before. Is the impact fee law also states that inflation rates can be looked at when calculating impact fee dollars based on when the project is expected to be installed. So the numbers on here are going to be a little bit higher than the ones that we calculate the 2023 dollars, because these do take into account inflation for the year they are being installed. And so we take the total amount of these projects with inflation and divide it by the number of anticipated estimated residential units that are going to be installed in the city in this 10-year window, and that calculation results in the recommended impact fee, which is for this plan of $4,700 per ERU, which is a substantial increase to the existing ERU. But one of the main things to realize with that big increase is, as everybody's noticed, costs have gone up quite a bit just in the last 2-3 years, let alone 5 years that the last impact fee analysis was done. Construction costs, as we've seen over the last 2-3 years, have gone up 50% to 100%, and that is the main driving force of these increased costs. Some of these projects were on the previous master plan, and some of them are even more than 100%, projected to be even more than 100% higher cost than they were projected 5 years ago. And along with user rates, this will be Washington City is kind of leading the way in the communities for impact fees. And so, right now, Washington City's impact fees is kind of in the same ballpark as the rest of the communities in the area. And it's anticipated that the same will follow after everybody else gets through and does their impact fee studies as well.
Well, what we're anticipating is that the other communities will have the same impacts that we have with increased costs, with inflation that you mentioned. And so I would say that it's certain that other communities will follow what we've had to do just to keep up with the costs of water.
And so that's the presentation I have for you, for council tonight. So,
Council, questions for Blaine before I open the public hearing? I'll give you plenty of time to deliberate after the public hearing. Thank you, Blaine. This time I'll open the public hearing on item 5B. Any wishing to come forward, please come at this time.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Stacy Young, representing the Southern Utah Home Builder Association. I'm not sure I'll be able to keep to 3 minutes, but I promise
you're just
to be
fine,
concise.
Stacy.
First of all, I want to tip my cap to Jeremy and his team. They were really early in giving us a heads up that this was coming and shared the information early. In fact, I apologize that our feedback was not sooner. We ran into the July wave of vacations and so forth. So that said, we had a really good conversation yesterday with a number of your team. But we do still kind of struggle with a couple of specific items in the impact fee study portion of this. So just jumping into those, the presentation, I think, clarified a little bit some of the questions we've had. So zeroing in, what we're really having a hard time reconciling is the impact fee analysis figure. So the X2 figure on page 34 with some of the other figures in here. So when we go down that list, the Long Valley line item, that one makes sense. We were able to reconcile that one easily enough. The airport one, I think he just explained why that number looks the way it does. It looks like that's a combination of the tank and the distribution line. Still struggling with the Sunrise tank. The 9.183 figure there. If you compare that to the summary of recommended improvements sheet, on that page it's just under $7 million, and so the delta between that and what it's showing on the impact fee analysis page is a little over 2.19. And so my best attempt to cross-reference that, it looks like that may be also the Sunrise Valley transmission line, 2.19. If that's the case, it looks that the airport one combination makes the $4 million distribution does not appear again in the distribution project section, but that 2.19 distribution line does appear in the bottom section too. And so I want to make sure that that's not being double counted. Okay. I think on the first two, again, I think I understand what's happening there. And then the last item, the airport 2 number, we couldn't quite make sense of that. It actually corresponds with the Majestic tank figure on page 22. And so when we compared, these things appear in a few different places. So there's a 10 to 20 year improvement figure on page 15. And, there's the appendix C that details out the different, the different improvements. And so we're just struggling to match it all up together. And again, I think he clarified at least one more for me, but we still have 2 questions, on the Sunrise line item and the airport 2 line item. And then so maybe that can just be clarified tonight. The other thing we want to ask for you to consider is to not put the Airport 2 tank in this impact fee. You know, when we went through the table, it looked like this one was kind of on the bubble as you went through your internal analysis. On page 15, it's shown as a year 10 to 20 improvement. 6-1 table. And then it's not showing the cash flow sheet at all in the appendix. And so, you know, and again, it shows up on the impact fee table, the number there seems to correspond with the Majestic tank. So again, this just looked to us like it might have been on the bubble anyway. And when you get to these out years, we really caution on the back end of this stuff, because we know that we do it in our own business. We know that projections are wrong. They're all wrong. They're always wrong, but they can be useful, and they are useful. But the issue is when you make the assumptions on the front end and those compound over time, when you get to those out years, you know, a small discrepancy between, you know, projection and reality becomes a lot bigger. So for example, on this, you know, the impact fee includes a 3% inflation assumption, which is reasonable. But again, it will be wrong. So we had 2 years of insane inflation. 5 years prior to that, it was under 2%. We track kind of the NAHB, the National Association of Home Builders, has a producer price index, you know, sort of comparable to the CPI, but for the inputs to the residential construction. And so the 5 years prior to 2020, the average inflation rate was under 2%, and it actually flattened out in last year. So again, 3%, that's a completely reasonable assumption, but you compound that over 10 years to today's impact fee, and you know, you're putting essentially $2 million of that impact fee as attributed to inflation that we're guessing at on a project that difficult. So one of the things we all impact fees, redo them frequently. You know, as we do our projections and reality happens, we're able to bring those things back into alignment on a regular basis, and sort of keep your projects sort of limited that way, so that you're not kind of leaving this on the shelf for a long time and getting to those out years. The other point to that is just, you know, I guess all completely reasonable assumption, but when you take that last project, you add the inflation appropriately to that, and then back that into today, that's all good, except the payer today doesn't get to experience any of that 10-year appreciation. So in theory, you know, incomes are going to go more, you know, hopefully more or less in line with inflation overall. But that, again, that payer today he doesn't have his future income. He has today's income. So that average ends up being sort of a benefit to the back half of the life of the impact fee, and a bit of a penalty on the front end. So again, that project may make all the sense in the world in 10 years. We just prefer to see it removed from this one and come back and visit with you again in 3 to 5 years and see where we're at then. The big thing, asking for a little bit of clarification, asking you to then reconsider that last water tank. Thanks.
Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Council, before I turn to you for deliberation, asked her to come forward for just a minute. You heard Mr. Young speak a little bit about the Sunrise Valley, and if that included the distribution line. Also, if you could address that, if you could also address the Airport number 2 tank, and that timeline, and along with the inflation rate, and then I might even ask you to back a little bit into that 9,700 ERU number that we based it on that number over 10 years, didn't we?
Yes, yes, so we did.
I know
it's
Stacy didn't bring that up, but
Right.
I'm throwing that in just to distract you while you try to remember everything else I asked. Council, did I
You've got a list,
did I
so.
make note of Stacy's points well enough? If you could go ahead on that, and then council, feel free to interact with Lester on this.
Okay, Mayor, Council, as it relates to the questions that he had related to the Sunrise Valley tank and the transmission line, I've got Sunrise looking at that right now. I'll have them stand up and address that with you. But as it relates to the airport tank number 2 and having that out there on that, we don't know what's going to happen out there. We don't know how quickly that tank's going to come online. And the concern with moving that and moving that out horizon is it puts us in a situation where if it does move and that tank is necessary and all of these components line up and everything's moving forward, and that's where the growth occurs. If I don't have that within the capital facilities plan, I can't help fund it. It puts us in a really bad predicament with it. And the reality is with impact fees is even though that's in there and that's driving up the impact fee from the cost perspective, if you remove that out, you're anticipating that doesn't occur. So now the development ends up picking up that bill and you can't collect the impact fee from
So
it.
Lester, you need
So
the,
it's on
sorry
both
again.
sides of the coin.
Sorry to interrupt. I just didn't want you to get too far removed from this. So what you're saying is you need the 9 years.
I think we need to keep that in that 9-year horizon so that we have the ability that if that's there, we can fund it. That's the purpose behind it. We did have, some of the other projects, we moved them back to the 10 to 20-year horizon because Stacy's absolutely right. Once we get that far out, I mean, we're just guessing. You can throw a dart at the board and hope that you hit the bullseye, but chances are you're gonna strike out again. So that's kind of where it's at with that. If the growth doesn't occur, we don't collect the fees. So it's to remove the ability. So it goes on both sides of the coin. I just get, if it does happen, we can't help fund it.
We touch on your choice to use a 3%. I mean, inflation is another throwing a dart at a moving target,
and I lean on our engineers pretty heavily with that inflation and what we've seen historically in the construction industry in what we do, instead of just an overall huge number that it plays really heavy on one sector but not on the other sectors. We try and keep that inflationary number within the sector we operate in.
Could you also talk about ERUs for just a minute? Yeah, 9,700 over a 10-year period.
That's correct.
I'm guessing that a typical home would be 1 ERU.
That's correct. So
because that anticipates some pretty high growth. I mean, we've been around, give or take 1,000. But I mean, and then when you have a commercial project, you get a certain number of ERUs that are associated with that.
Correct. So we crunch everything down into an equivalent residential unit, and the reason we do that is because that's what we have the most of. So that plays heavily in the averages game, which is kind of what impact fees are based on. We will take the cross-sectional area of a meter and plug that in for a ERU equivalence for a commercial environment. So the meter's only got so much capability of carrying water through it with a typical 5/8 by 3/4 meter. If you increase the meter size, you proportionately increase its capabilities of moving more water. So we can take a 2-inch meter and calculate an ERU equivalency to it. And it makes it so we can use that same ERU calculation on industrial growth, on commercial growth, on large diameter stuff. Even if we were looking at a you know, a 6-inch meter for a golf course or something like that, we can get a very close equivalency to what that means in a residential environment.
Jeremy, what would you add?
I'm trying to give Sunrise a little more time to get ready, so I'll opine a little bit, but Stacy thanked us, and I appreciate Stacy and the advocacy that he does for his group, and we have a good relationship with the home builders, and so we did meet yesterday as he commented, and it was a good meeting, and all of our meetings are with them. We recognize that, again, we're partnering with another group to get growth and the right kind of growth in our community. Just today, however, we saw 2 massively large projects, one of them that's not included at all in this calculation, that we're going to have to adjust if they continue on, to figure out a way to fund all of the infrastructure, and another one that's in that airport area. We know we're building the infrastructure to that area, and they're not the first or the last that'll come in interested in that area. So it's a difficult situation. We want to fund everything that we think will happen, and we're all looking through a crystal ball. So I think that our staff and Sunrise and with the input from Stacy and his group done a good job here. It's always difficult to look at increases, but I think everybody understands we want to make sure that growth pays for itself, and that's the thing that we're looking at for the other residents who are here. But it's a difficult balance. We want to get it right, and I think we've done that here. That's my comment.
Lester, do you have anything else to add before I invite Sunrise?
No.
Councilman Henderson, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Sure. I just, either Lester and I talked about it, or maybe we discussed it in one of our previous meetings, but it seems like we've been running behind on our water impact fees this last time it was adjusted was 2017, right? And so we've been running behind probably a little bit and losing ground for a couple of years, 3 years maybe.
Yes, at least. So you'll notice there's projects that are in this current impact fees facilities plan that were in the previous facilities plan as well. So even though we were collecting money to potentially have built these projects, the projects that we did build cost us more. So we didn't have enough funding set aside to build some of these projects, and they're moving forward into the next impact fee plan. And it just has to do with our construction costs having increased. So the projects that we did construct, we weren't collecting
Right.
because we were based on the old engineer's estimates. So we weren't collecting enough to completely cover them. And that's, it's.
So we're a bit behind.
We are behind,
yeah,
for sure.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lester.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Blaine? What would you add to the public comment and questions that you've heard?
So Stacy is correct. There was a couple errors. Looks like we were made in our tables and our calculations. With the Sunrise Valley tank, it looks like it is double counting that Sunrise Valley transmission line, and also the airport tank looks like it to be showing the incorrect number. So we actually did, just Dustin and I trying to on hand calcs of our phones real quick, made those adjustments, kind of backed some of that stuff out to be what it should be, which does decrease the impact fee of about $400. So we're happy to go and make those changes on the computer, make it official. But that would put the impact fee max to be around $4,380. So it'd be a decrease of about $350 with those adjustments.
So I know things happen, but he caught this. Do we need to go back and relook at a lot more to make sure that there isn't any other
We can for sure double
miscalculations?
check it, but no, Lester brought forth some of those to me yesterday, and we looked at the other ones. For example, the airport tank, we looked at that to make sure it was right, but yeah, those other ones were not caught.
So, and I'm probably stepping on your toes, but my recommendation would be then we go back and we redo the numbers, and we don't make a decision tonight, because we don't want to make any decision that would be $1 over what's allowed by the law. So I would recommend you table the item.
Thank you, Blaine. Okay, council, while this is your time to consider approval, I agree with the city manager. I imagine you do too, that we table this item while they bring back some detailed and accurate numbers. I'm happy to consider a motion to table.
Mayor,
item
can we
5B.
get an idea of how much time they might need for that?
2 weeks. So that would be to our next meeting, which would be August 23rd. Somebody would like to make a motion for that?
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
It's to Lester. So I think Stacy brought up a good point about airport tank number 2. And the question I have is there a way legally we can project some monies, but not all the monies, like a partial to it? I don't know if you can. I'm just sitting here debating, because I agree, it's 10 years out, but I don't want to exclude it from the impact fee in case that one comes on sooner than the other one. But I just want to make sure we're being fair, because
we did that in the analysis. So the analysis showed that we need 5 million gallons of storage at the far south end. And you know, that causes some real issues just from an operational perspective. If I put that much storage out there and we don't have the usage on it, it causes some operational issues. So that's when we made the decision to break it in half. And we can still do that on a similar sized piece of property and still get it accomplished. But it's hard to break. You know, I can have the transmission project and the tank, and okay, it's functional. I don't know how I do fund a portion of a tank.
But here's my thought process, and you can tell me I'm wrong, and I'm definitely okay with that. But my thought process was, okay, you're saying we need 5 million gallon tanks out in that south area where all these tanks are. Well, I guess the one isn't. The one makes sense at Sunrise Valley, but the remainder of the 4 are going down there. You have airport tank 1, airport tank 2, and then you have. I'm just saying, like, what in the next 5 years are we going to really have?
Well, so
that additional tank need? Like,
I think we are. I really do. Just, you know, with the project we've seen tonight, as well as the Aura project, at that point, that puts me at the tipping point that we've got to have them in order to cover the need.
Can I jump in on this? I think the point and the conversation is well taken with airport tank 2 is kind of on the bubble.
Right.
And I don't want to lead this council. This is your decision to make, but it might be interesting to see an option with and without airport tank 2 included.
Okay.
If you could bring that as an option.
So I want to be clear. I don't want to remove airport tank 2.
Can you do smaller tanks?
If we remove it, then we can't use money toward it. That's what I'm concerned about.
So
I'm saying, are we going to actually go build all these tanks in the next 5 years? I don't know if we.
Well, and are we going to wait 5 years before we do a new analysis?
But if we don't need the tanks, we won't collect the fees. I mean, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything.
It's not needed, you don't collect the fee.
Exactly. Yeah, if it's not needed, we didn't collect the money for it.
But then you have the earlier user paying his portion that he might be paying over versus the guy. Because if you don't need that tank because he's not there, then. But here's the other thing. So I'm not gonna prolong this anymore. I also don't want to get to where we're behind on our infrastructure as well, because I don't want to be in that boat where we're saying, well, we can't do any development because we're out of water, because we have no place to store it. So it's just that fine edge. I just want to make sure I'm clear. I wanted to make sure that it's in the impact fee, but maybe we look at a different fee that I don't see we're going to have to build them all right now, but I could be wrong. You might have to build all of them right up front, depending on where all these developments pop up.
Well, the other, you know, if history has proven anything to us with our impact fees, we're always playing catch up. So that's the other part of that component is, I mean, it could progress through into the next capital facilities plan, because the projects that we were able to build, we didn't have enough funding set aside for them, just like the last 5 years.
So I took a stab, and I'm probably wrong. I'm an accounting major, not an engineer, but I just rounded some numbers. It looks like it would, if you didn't have the airport tank 2, you'd drop from 4,380 to around 3,700. But I mean, you're right. We've got to collect the impact fee to provide the infrastructure, but at the same time, it's hard to be, and maybe we are just a little bit on the front end, but it's hard to be out of line with the other communities if, you know, when we're anticipating 9,700 ERUs, does a higher impact fee reduce that number? And then it's an interesting balancing act sometimes.
So Mayor, this has been about 6 years since 2017 that we visited this. Is there a way to be able to set a date that we could visit it in enough time to collect the money for that tank if we see that it's needed and not have to collect it now? Or is that just a little bit too complicated?
That just comes over time. Like no matter, we've already said we want to do it every 5 years. We shouldn't have waited too long this time, but we did.
Well, and keep in mind too, with tank projects, you know, that's a project that I'm looking 3 to 4 years out anyways. You know, that process starts now for that airport tank.
So Long Valley tank, airport tank 1, Sunrise Valley tank, those 3 are imminent.
Right.
You're moving forward, and we're considering some of the large scale projects happening down there, and you're thinking tank 2 might very well be within that time frame. I think this discussion is great. I'm going to give Dustin the last word before we call for motion, but I think we're going to table this for a couple of weeks, give the council some time to chew on this, and we'll revisit it in 2 weeks. Did you have anything else, Lester?
Nope. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks.
Thank you, Council.
All right, Dustin.
Last word. That's a lot of pressure. Dustin Schaefer. And I think a lot of this has been said, but and I agree with what Stacy said. I appreciate it. Every 3 to 5 years, you got to be looking at these, and especially when you have big projects that are coming on board that influence it. With that, this airport 2 tank, if there's not the growth that requires that to be needed in the 10-year period, that would also mean that you would have fewer connections to divide that total cost by. So the cost would still be higher, if that makes sense. Right now, we're projecting there's going to be 9,700 new connections in that period. And by virtue of those new connections coming on board, you'll need that tank. If those connections don't come on board, then that tank gets pushed out further, but the cost per ERU still is going to be higher.
Right. So if you remove that tank, does that remove the growth that precipitated the need for the tank? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
So
you can't divide it by 9,700.
Take the tank out, maybe you only have 8,000 residents now.
Maybe you're dividing by 8,000 new connections, and so then I'm an engineer.
Good point.
I'm an engineer, not an accountant.
Good point.
So obviously, I can use some accounting support on some of these. So
I can just divide and add. It's all. All right, somebody table this before I dig myself in the
Mayor,
deeper
I
hole.
would be happy to table. Motion to table an ordinance amending the Washington City Culinary Water Master Plan and Impact Fee Facilities Plan to our August 23rd City Council meeting.
A motion by Councilman Ivy.
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Coates. This is an ordinance, so we'll go roll call. Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
That item is tabled for 2 weeks. Item 6, Resolution 6A is consideration to approve a resolution amending the culinary water rates. These are tied to the prior item.
I say we table.
Councilman Coates, go ahead and make that motion, please.
I'll make a motion that we table item 6A to the August 23rd meeting.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates.
I'll second.
The second by Councilman Martinson. We'll go roll call. Henderson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Item 6A is also tabled for 2 weeks. Item 7, report of officers from assigned committees. Councilman Martinson.
Just the Interfaith Council. Outside of that, it's been kind of a quiet, super quiet summer. They do have a lot of activities coming up. Biggest one that they're working with is the St. George LDS Temple open house. So you'll see a lot of publicity on that, but they do have other Interfaith Council events that do come up throughout the year. So they're finalizing their 2024.
The one that Brother Martin mentioned with the PD coming up in September.
Yeah, they do the crop walk. They do all sorts of things.
Great, thank you, Councilman Henderson.
Mayor, I've been a little slow, but I do have a mosquito abatement meeting tomorrow, and I'll report on that when look how excited Jeremy is. I will.
Thank you, Councilman.
Not 1980 swag, too.
Councilman Coates.
We had a power board meeting last week. Things are running good. Rates, of course, hasn't been as hot, so rates haven't been killing us. I think they're working on some projects around town. You'll see them, but pretty much it's just going. I know we have the UAMPS next week. I don't know who's all going. I'm going.
You're going. You're going, 3 of you.
Sweet. I have babysitters for the kids. We're golden. So
Power board's going, Dick?
Oh, you're not going to UAMPS? Where are you going?
It's not going because Craig's going?
Oh, yeah, that's not next week. Okay, UAMPS is next week okay, that's too bad.
Well,
it's going to be a good time, but now the bread's
I'm
not
kind of
coming.
jealous up there.
So,
When are you going to bring us some swag from the
from Jackson Hole?
Dump? No, that's from the dump.
From the dump? I am more than
Dump
happy to bring
swag.
some dump swag.
I need some dump swag.
Okay.
You got a used
I'll see if I can
yellow
get some-
vest.
A vest would be great. with the dump logo.
You know, we keep those fees so bare minimum. I don't think we have money for swag. We're not the mosquito abatement that have cash flow running around.
All right, Councilman Ivy, top that.
Oh, I don't think I possibly can. So there was a legislative interim session in Salt Lake last week. I did not attend. There's no reason for us to be there. There was committee meetings, but there really wasn't anything there for us. The next interim session on September 8th is held here in St. George. I'll get information out on that, see if there's anything that we can attend and go rub shoulders with legislators that will be here locally. I did send out some data from the water board, state water board stuff that if you notice, you looked at that, the important thing there is the flows that have been able to be adjusted. There's some good common sense working there with some federal agencies and stuff saying that we probably need to keep more water in the pond than, so they've minimized what they release there. So Mayor, that's all I have. But the water, you know, it's doing well. It's capacity. It's actually, that last little storm we got even measured some good impact to Lake Powell area and to our aquifers. So we're thankful for every drop we get.
Thank you, Councilman. I was at the Conservancy District Board meeting on Monday, and I can't remember, they said Sand Hollow is at 94 or 96%, and we're into August, so that's really good still. And Quell, which they typically don't run to full capacity, is somewhere in the low 80s%, so really good. I just have a couple updates on water. The board did approve district-wide water efficiency standards. I'll get a copy of that emailed out to you. Of course, you know, this group, you led the way in our landscape conservation ordinance. There's just a couple very minor adjustments that we'll need to make to our ordinance as a result. And these water efficiency standards are meant to be uniform. In fact, as I see Lester, I know you were very involved and Thad was involved. Our group was involved in coming up with kind of those uniform standards. We'll need to make a few little adjustments to our ordinance, but the reason that these are critical is that for these communities that are part of the conservation district down here, we need to be abiding by those standards in order to participate in the state and district funding for rebate programs. And so I think it's likely I'll write my mayor's message next month on kind of the turf rebate program and conservation and how much that's really caught on and the difference that it's making, but it's significant. So we're okay for now, but we'll just, our ordinance is great. We'll just need to make a few little modifications there. And then the other exciting thing is the district has, the board has approved a 20-year basically water plan for source, and it's pretty aggressive in finding all available sourcing that we can. And so I think what I'll do is invite some representatives from the Conservancy District over at a future work meeting go into that in a little more detail again. I think more that you can hear it directly from them is better, but since we rely so heavily on them for their source, I just want you to be really up to speed and aware of the many projects that they're doing on a source level that complement the things that our staff and consultants are doing on a distribution level to our residents. And then July, we did not have a Dixie MPO meeting, but I do have one next week, so I'll give you an update on any road projects at our following meeting. That's everything I have. Jeremy, item 8, city manager report.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get to the closed meeting that I don't have anything to report tonight.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. We do have need to go to a closed session to discuss pending or potential litigation. We'll go roll call if someone could make a motion for that.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinson. Roll call Martinson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Roll call. Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
That's approved. It takes 2/3. Don't you listen to Thad's training? It takes 2/3 majority.